journalists, moderators, or media colleagues, and also academics and college students, all Fintech webinar participants, and last but not least, the entire organizing committee. My name is Lisa Anissa, and I'll be your master of ceremony for today. Would like to welcome all of you to AFPI Fintech webinar with the theme COVID-19 and Indonesia Fintech Lending, Path Forward for Players, Regulators, and Investors. This event is hosted by AFPI, Indonesia Fintech Lending Association, supported by Financial Services Authority of Indonesia, and sponsored by AdaKami, Bangun Percaya Sosial, Asli RI, CRIF, Lembaga Informasi Keuangan, Uangmi, Rupiah Cepat, Pinjam-U, and Xinghao. In this Fintech webinar, we will present a bunch of competent speakers in this Fintech industry's topic. So what are we going to be discussing today? For this Fintech webinar, we will discuss how the COVID-19 pandemic has impacted the Fintech industry and how do these Fintech players struggle and survive in this pandemic. So we will also discuss interesting Fintech and bank collaborations and also the investing climate during this pandemic. So before starting the webinar, we invite all the speakers, the audience, and all participants of this Fintech webinar to sing the national anthems of Indonesia Raya as our pride and respect for Indonesia and all its heroes. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, after singing the national anthem of Indonesia Raya, we would like Mr. Adrian Gunadi, as the chairman of AFPI, to welcome us officially to open the Fintech webinar 2020. So, to Mr. Adrian Gunadi, the time is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Excellency Bapak Riswinandi, Executive Head of Non-Bank Financial Institutions Supervision, and also member of the Board of Commissioners of Indonesia Financial Services Authority, or OJK. Bapak Bambang W. Budiawan, Head of Department of Non-Bank Financial Institution Supervision 2B, of the Indonesian Financial Services Authority, or OJK, respective members of the Fintech Lending Association, or AFPI, Board of AFPI, CEOs of AFPI members, distinguished panelists from all over the world who are joining on this prestigious event webinar, and also our media partners, academicians, and all relevant fintech players in the industry. Again, good morning and welcome to this fintech webinar that we are hosting via online during this unique situation in 2021. First of all, thank you again for making the time to attend this event. And also, I think it has been quite a significant momentum in the recovery of Indonesia. So just a bit of a background, I think about a year ago when the pandemic first hit Indonesia, exactly to this date in March, I think we were looking at huge factors of uncertainty in the market with regards to one, the economy, with regards to the health situation, the pandemic. And I think many of us, fintech lending players, most of us are startups, obviously saw this as the first, I would say, credit crunch that we have gone through. And I think it is very relevant to the industry on how over the past 1 year we have adopted, we have pivoted, we have survived. And hopefully this will strengthen the fundamentals of the industry. It will enable the players to obviously strive in the recovery. So just a bit of a background for everyone. The Indonesian Fintech Lending Association, or AFPI, consists of currently 148 fintech lending players in Indonesia that are both registered and licensed. And among the 148 players in Indonesia, it consists of several verticals. One, you have the SME or productive loan vertical. The second consists of the consumer loan vertical, or the multi-purpose verticals. And apart from that, the association also has members from key ecosystem support, such as the digital signature. We also have the credit scoring agencies, which supports the overall industry or ecosystem of the fintech lending in Indonesia. And so, as most of us fintech startups have gone through very challenging time in 2020, I think, as I mentioned earlier, several players have actually pivoted, several have actually reaped the benefit of the fact that digitization has changed a lot of the way people do business, the way people behave, and actually the pandemic has only accelerated the digitization in Indonesia, not specifically or mainly in terms of the SME, which have adopted digital at a faster pace compared to what was projected earlier. And so I think the first few months of the pandemic, as I shared earlier, many of the players were pivoting, were surviving, but we see the second half trend on the rebound increasing more and more. And the fact that most of the players are digital native, we see despite the pandemic, despite the circumstances, the industry still managed to grow year on year around 25%. And so we are looking at total loans disbursed in 2020 in the amount of roughly $53 million, or a growth of around 25%. And so with that, I think we are looking at how to build on the momentum, how to build on what the industry has achieved in 2020. One, in terms of the growth, in terms of relatively managing the non-performing at a level of roughly around 5%. We closed the year. So a lot of improvement has been done in terms of asset recovery, in terms of restructuring, which was also a critical role of the association, but also on how we also facilitated the government relief fund. So several platforms in 2020 were facilitating this government relief fund. So I think more and more we see the role of fintech lending in this, digital acceleration being emphasized. So I think it is very relevant for us to have this webinar, which is one of the initiatives on how we can further enhance, how we can further speed up the acceleration of recovery, and how to position fintech lending as a key relevant industry in the economic recovery of Indonesia. And it is our honor to have very distinguished speakers this morning from the World Bank, from the Cambridge Alternative Finance. I think it is very good opportunity for us to learn, to exchange notes on what are the key findings, what are the key trends that we see. As 2021, we will, and expectedly, see shifts in several, regulation, as the new regulation is anticipated to be launched. So how do we position ourselves? How do we anticipate? And how do we benchmark with what is happening around the world? Number two, a strong emphasis will be discussed today on ecosystems. I think 2020, we have learned how to strengthen the ecosystem with partners such as the e-commerce, partners also the banking industry. We have seen more and more increase in collaboration between fintech lending and banks. And I think one interesting topic that we are highlighting today is digital banks, whether this is a collaboration, whether this is a co-optation, or whether this is a direct competition. And lastly, I think more importantly, we also will be highlighting investment trends. I think more and more the investment climate, the venture capital climate has changed because of COVID. And definitely this has impacted the fintech lending industry. So how should we position in light of the future of venture capital investing for the industry? So again, thank you to all the distinguished speakers for spending the time to share the experiences. I certainly hope that this will be a very dynamic, intriguing, full day sessions, a lot of topics to be covered. But again, as I said, this is very relevant to where the industry stands today and our expectation on how fintech lending can further play a greater role in the financial inclusion, and secondly, as a key player in the economic recovery. So again, thank you for the participation. And hopefully everyone has a great session this afternoon. And please feel free to make the most out of this opportunity. Again, thank you and enjoy the webinar. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you to Mr. Adrian for your amazing speech. And so those were the topics, as mentioned before, that we are going to discuss with our variety of great speakers. But before that, we're going to watch the amazing video. So here we go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, please welcome our keynote speakers, Mr. Riswinandi, as the Chief Executive Supervisors of Non-Bank Financial Industry, Financial Services Authority of Indonesia, to deliver his speech as the opening of Fintech webinar. So for Mr. Riswinandi, we welcome you.
The Honorable Mr. Adrian Gunadi, Chairperson of the Indonesian Joint Funding Fintech Association, or AFPI, member of AFPI Board of Management, panelists and moderators of the Fintech webinar, Board of Director and Board of Commissioner of Indonesia's Fintech Lending Providers, representative of a media partner and university scholars, and also the organizing committee of the Fintech webinar and all participants of today's Fintech webinar. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished speakers and participants, good morning. May God grant health and prosper to all of us. First and foremost, I would like to thank AFPI for its initiative to organize today's webinar. The topic of COVID-19 and Indonesia Fintech Lending path forward for players, regulators, and investors has so much relevance to the current state of Indonesia economy. We are certain that this event can provide many useful insights to all of the participants on how to safely navigate the fintech lending business throughout the current pandemic and subsequent economic crisis. Distinguished speakers and participants, capital availability is one of the classic problems of the Indonesian economy, especially for the business owner in the micro, small, and medium enterprises sector. This can be seen from the imbalance between the contribution of MSME sector to the national economy and the ratio of microfinance loan to GDP. On one hand, data from the Ministry of Cooperatives and SMEs shows that in 2018, the contribution of MSME sector reached 57.24% of the total GDP. Moreover, this particular sector has also been able to absorb 97% of the total workers in Indonesia. However, on the other hand, the data presented by PwC in 2017 show that the ratio between microfinance loans to GDP in Indonesia is only 0.02%. Much lower compared to the other peer countries in the Asian region, such as Vietnam, 3.8%, and India, 0.59%. BPS survey in 2020 also shows that 7 out of 10 business owners from micro small enterprises state that the capital support is the assistance that they needed the most during the pandemic. Distinguished speakers and participants, although showing the resilience in the middle of the crisis, the fintech lending industry still has a lot of potentials that can be optimized so that it can contribute more to the national economy. The industry's statistics show that the loans dispersed through the fintech lending platform are still dominated by consumptive loans. For example, as of December 2020, the amount of new disbursement of productive loans is around 28.24 trillion rupiah, or just 37.96% of the total new loans channels through the fintech lending platform, which around 74.41 trillion rupiah. However, we really appreciate the effort made by the industry to boost the disbursement of productive loans, especially considering that the last year's statistic of productive loan disbursement is a significant improvement compared to 2019. In 2019, we recorded that the amount of new disbursed of productive loans is 18.36 trillion rupiah, or 31.21% from the total new loans disbursed, which is 58.83 trillion rupiah. Distinguished speakers and participants, in addition to the issues related to access to capital for MSME sector, another structural issue of the Indonesian economy is related to the relatively low rate of financial inclusion, especially in the areas outside of island of Java. Based on the data from Global Fintech 2017, 51% of the adult population, or 95 million of Indonesian population, are still classified as unbanked or do not have account in the financial services institution. Indonesian unbanked population is recorded as the fourth largest in the world, after China, India, and Pakistan. Therefore, improving financial inclusion in all parts of the country is a crucial target that must be achieved to ensure that the support of intermediary function from the financial services sector can be optimized in assisting the economic growth. Moreover, we also noted that the number of loans disbursed to the region outside of Java is still significantly lower compared to the loan disbursed to the island of Java. Throughout 2020, the amount of loans that were disbursed to the borrowers which are located outside of the island of Java is around 11.85 trillion rupiah, or only 15.9% of the total loans that were channeled through the fintech lending platform. Distinguished speakers and participants, according to the E-Economy Southeast Asia 2020 research by Google, Temasek, and Bain & Company, the number of internet-based services users in Indonesia grew drastically by 37% in the year 2020. Therefore, in line with the increasing uses of information and of digital technology during the times of the current pandemic, we are confident that the fintech lending industry can play a more significant role in the improvement of financial inclusion and to the acceleration of national economic growth. In this case, the fintech lending industry should be able to capitalize on the current Go Digital trend to expand the range of its services to reach customers across a wider region in Indonesia. By considering the structural issues which have long infected the national economy, we hope that the improvement of the current fintech lending regulation will be able to produce a regulatory and supervisory framework which are more in line with the national economic development plan. In order to do so, the presence of the new regulation should be able to overcome various market imperfections which currently exist in the fintech lending industry. Distinguished speakers and participants, the condition of COVID-19 pandemic surely gives rise to the various new challenges that must be faced by all elements of the society. The restriction of social interaction and the requirement to implement strict health protocol have been greatly impacting the activity and mobility of society. As a result, the intensity and production and consumption activities has been much lower compared to the pre-pandemic condition. This condition has forced Indonesia economy to experience a significant contraction at minus 2.07% cumulatively in 2020. However, we ascertain that the fintech lending industry advantage in terms of optimizing the use of digital and or information technology has been positively impact the industry's resilience during the current economic crisis. As of December 2020, the amount of new loans disbursement from the fintech lending industry has been growing by 26.47% year on year. And furthermore, the number of account lender and the borrower has also been growing by 18.32% and 134.59% year on year. Distinguished speakers and participants, on this specific occasion, we would like to remind all the players of the industry regarding the potential downside risks due to the current crisis on the credit performance. In this case, exposure to credit risk could potentially increase in connection with the worsening of the debtor's ability to fulfill its credit payment obligation. In our view, economic crisis due to the current pandemic should also be an ideal test case that can emphasize the importance of strengthening the credit risk assessment function. The availability of borrowers' credit risk profile information is certainly crucial to determine the appropriate level of credit risk and the ideal interest rates for specific borrowers. Therefore, we do hope that the development of a Fintech data center, FDC, could be accelerated to integrate the borrower's data from all the fintech lending industry players in Indonesia. Distinguished speakers and participants, in regards to the increasing use of the digital technology, and combined with the implementation of remote working policy, we would also like to re-emphasize the importance of mitigating technological and cyber risks. The National Cybersecurity Agency, BSSN, recorded that there have been 495 million cyber attacks in 2020, which is almost 3 times higher compared to the number of cyber attacks in 2019. And furthermore, several e-commerce and fintech players have also been experiencing cases of consumers' data leak throughout 2020. Therefore, we would like to urge all of the fintech lending industry players to prepare and implement a comprehensive risk management strategy to address the risk exposure of technological and cyber risks. From the regulatory perspective, we are also finalizing the process to issue a new regulation regarding the information technology risk to tackle cyber security in the non-bank financial industry. Distinguished speakers and participants, on top of the credit and cyber risk, the data from Daily Social Fintech Report 2020 also indicated that the investors tend to be more cautious to provide additional funding to the fintech industry players. Although funding value throughout 2020 is higher compared to 2019, most of them were disbursed for the late stage of funding to those with more established business opportunities. This condition poses a challenge to the fintech lending company to improve its financial performance. Certainly, a company with a strong financial performance and has a good potential for sustainable profitability will get better opportunity to secure additional funding in the future. As part of the effort to develop a sound and more competitive fintech lending industry, currently OJK still implement the moratorium policy of new fintech lending registration. We do hope that the currently registered player can take full advantage of this policy by preparing themselves to acquire operating license from the OJK. Sorry. From our point of view, the application of a single licensing requirement is one of the necessary conditions which have to be fulfilled to prevent regulatory arbitrage, both within the fintech lending industry and with the other sector of financial services industry. Distinguished speakers and participants, we do understand that currently there are still many industry players which are focusing their business development strategies on the growth of the scale of the business. Therefore, we certainly hope that the current economic and regulatory objective should become a wake-up call to evolve from such mindset so that the industry player will also consider the importance of sustained profitability of their business. Going forward, we are confident that our synergy to enhance the regulatory and supervisory framework of the fintech lending industry can be an important stepping stone to create a better industry that can grow sustainability and contribute more to the economy as a whole. Last but not least, once again, we would like to extend our sincere gratitude to AFPI for organizing this webinar. We sincerely hope that today's webinar can become a platform of interactive and productive discussion between all of the panelists and participants. And also, we currently hope that the ongoing synergy and cooperation between OJK, AFPI, and players of a fintech lending industry will continue in the future as one of the most important aspects of our effort to develop a better fintech lending industry. Thank you. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you for Mr. Riswinandi for giving a very informative welcome to enter this fintech webinar. And for Mr. Riswinandi also, we fully understand that you might have a tight schedule for today. So with all respect, you may leave the webinar. And then we hope that this webinar will bring good impact for us all, as what you said. So thank you again for your time, sir.
Okay.
All right, so ladies
Thank
and
you,
gentlemen.
Lisa. Thank you, Lisa,
Sure,
for the
sir.
opportunity.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, FinTech Webinar is an event to strengthen the presence and role of FinTech as a financial service solutions, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. And this event is presented to all stakeholders and observers in the FinTech industry, one of which is funding FinTech, ranging from regulators, financial institutions, investors, startups, and also digital ecosystem. Industry associations as well to jointly brainstorming the developments of the fintech industry in Indonesia. So the fintech webinar will be divided into 3 panel discussions that will talk about. The first one is the influence of COVID-19 pandemic on the fintech regulations in Indonesia, and the second one is building a collaborative fintech ecosystem, and the third one is how COVID-19 have changed the investing climate. So, but before we start the panel, now we are going to do something. This is like, as what Mr. Adrian said, the digital signature. So we would like to invite Mr. Adrian Gunadi, Mr. Bima Laga, Dr. Agus Chandra, and Mr. Bernardino Vega to do the MOU signing between the AFPI, our AFPI, and IDEA. So, dear gentlemen, we welcome you.
Good morning, Pak Bima.
Okay, so COVID-19 has made us to invent lots of creative way to modernize the era, and one of them is the digital signature. And then now here we're gonna sign the document virtually and digitally. So it will be signed by Mr. Adrian Gunadi from AFPI, and also followed by Mr. Bimalaga from IDEA to sign after. So here we go. Okay, so you will be seeing the screen, the document, sir, and then you'll be like signing. Okay, this is the document. All right. Okay, so this is the document to sign, sir. So it will be signed by Mr. Adrian Gunadi first from AFPI or AFPI to sign first digitally. Okay. All right, and it's done. Okay, the next one, it will be signed by Mr. Bimalaga from IDEA to sign. So here we go. Okay, so can we give applause virtually? So after signing the MOU documents by both parties, by today, AFPI or AFPI has officially collaborated with IDEA. So one more time, please give applause virtually. Okay, so, all right. After this, we're going to see the video as well by our amazing sponsor. Here we go.
Thank you, Pak Bima.
Thank you, Adrian, Agus, Pak Bernard.
Mau bayar uang sekolah anak? Mau buka usaha? Tapi dana tidak cukup atau belum gajian? Tenang aja. AdaKami siap membantu Anda. AdaKami bisa membantu Anda hingga 10 juta rupiah. Proses pengajuannya gampang banget, hanya perlu nomor HP dan KTP. Aplikasinya aman dan terpercaya. Persyaratannya mudah dan bunganya rendah. Juga sudah berizin dan diawasi oleh Otoritas Jasa Keuangan. Yuk download aplikasinya di Play Store dan App Store. Di mana ada kemauan, di sana ada kami.
All right, so those were interesting videos for this morning by our amazing sponsors. And after the video, we finally come to the core of the event. For the first panel, we will raise the topic, the influence of COVID-19 pandemic on the fintech regulations in Indonesia. This topic will be brought up by competent practitioners are as follows. So the first speaker, it will be Mr. Bambang Budiawan as a head of Supervision's Department of Non-Bank Financial Industry to be Financial Services Authority of Indonesia. Okay, so we are going to see the CV. And the second one, that would be Mrs. Adelheid Helena Bokau as a Deputy Head of Public Relations AFPI, and also CEO of Credit Pro. And also the third one, that would be Mrs. Margaret J. Miller as a lead financial sector economist in the World Bank, Financial Inclusion Global. And also, last but not least, Mr. Nicholas Drury as a regional lead at Cambridge Center for Alternative Finance. So we would like to welcome also Mr. Dino Setiawan as the Head of Risk Management and Technology of AFPI, also CEO of Awan Tunai as our moderator in the first panel.
Shall we begin the panel?
Of course, sure, sir. The time is yours.
Excellent. Well, good morning and Assalamualaikum. I'm Dino Setiawan, Head of Risk Management and Technology at AFPI, as well as the CEO of Awan Tunai. I'll be your moderator for the first panel this morning, discussion really covering fintech policy responses to the pandemic in Indonesia and abroad. We're joined by Margaret Miller, lead financial sector economist in the World Bank, and Nicholas Drury, regional lead at the Cambridge Center for Alternative Finance, to provide a more international perspective on the various fintech policy responses to this pandemic. We have Heidi Bokau, Deputy Head of Public Relations at AFPI and CEO of Credit Pro, to provide a local fintech's operator's view of OJK policy impact on the ground. Now, if I may start by highlighting that we've all been hit with this terrible pandemic disaster, and responses of governments around the world has varied. We've seen the trillion-dollar stimulus packages from the US, Japan, up to 20% of GDP to help boost their economies. Now, OJK, the financial services regulator in charge of Indonesian fintechs, has had to craft a range of policy responses with a lot less fiscal resources. As an Indonesian fintech operator, I've been very grateful to OJK, who really continued supporting Indonesia's young fintech industry through this very difficult period. Now, support ranged from counter-cyclical policies to something as fundamental and basic as keeping regulatory operations functioning via virtual processing of licenses throughout full lockdowns that we experienced in 2020. Now, Margaret, OJK has helped the non-bank financial institutions cope with the pandemic shock through policies covering relaxations on treatment of NPL and the ability to support restructuring of such non-performing loans. OJK guidance has also harnessed the Indonesian fintech industry to support government initiatives that really needed the facilitation of financial inclusion, digital payments, and really access to credit to support a lot of the micro SMEs that have been hit quite hard during this pandemic. Now, Margaret, if you could start the discussion by highlighting some of the policy responses you've seen internationally and how some of these have played out so that we can hopefully see where some of the Indonesian initiatives could play out if it follows the kind of policy responses you've seen internationally. Margaret, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I appreciate very much the invitation from AFPI and the support of OJK. That's always our great partner on policy responses there in Indonesia. So this topic, actually, the fact that Nicholas is also on the call, a lot of what I'm going to be talking about today comes from research that we did jointly with the Cambridge Center for Alternative Finance over the past 2 years. We started in 2019 with them on a global regulatory study, and then when the pandemic hit in 2020, we refocused to look specifically at how COVID was impacting regulations. And I think something that just to highlight that's a little bit different from or kind of in the context of how we're looking at topics today in this group, what we found was that in terms of the policy approach for a lot of emerging markets, the focus was really on payments. And I think that's understandable given that, you know, a lot of what has been required during the pandemic has been, you know, this shift to remote, you know, arm's length transactions, shifting away from cash, like you said, you know, during lockdowns, having to manage funds remotely. So that was especially strong in developing or emerging economies. We did see a response by about a third of the respondents from advanced economies around digital lending. Only about 10% from emerging economies had regulatory responses that were specific to digital lending. And I think that really kind of, you know, Indonesia, where you are kind of in terms of that middle income, you know, perspective, kind of in between the emerging and the advanced, and probably in terms of some of these market dynamics, it reflects that, that there was, I think in a lot of emerging economies, you know, digital lending is still quite nascent. And so the attention of the policymakers was really making digital payments work. And they still had some, you know, policy ground to make up in many instances that maybe more advanced economies or economies that were further down that learning curve, you know, may have already put in place. But I think what you're mentioning in terms of the opportunities for digital lenders, and in fact, the first study that we did with the Cambridge Center focused more specifically on digital lending and different kinds of alternative platforms for raising, you know, for financial intermediation. there's certainly opportunity for that. And what we found in general from the research was that it hadn't been nearly as well explored by authorities in terms of both, creating opportunities, for example, for relief. You mentioned, the relief packages were not necessarily leveraging the opportunities to use the digital platforms or the digital lenders like they might have, especially in those places where there was already some kind of ecosystem and ability for the digital lenders to be providing providing contacts to small and micro even businesses. But also that the lenders were very open to seeing how they could leverage their platforms for things such as providing relief payments. So that's separate from kind of on lending for some kind of credit product. And also even being involved in helping with different kinds of health messaging and contact tracing. So I think in terms of the direct impact of COVID on the sector, certainly it's been, it's created stress. It's created, like you said, the economic impact then has a follow-on financial impact. But I think the message overall from the studies, the study that we did last year during the, part of the height of at least the first year of this pandemic, unfortunately, was that there was no diminution of enthusiasm on the part of regulators for the fintech industry anywhere. I mean, one thing I'd like to just highlight, because to me it was one of the key takeaways. Not one country, for example, not one, and we had 114 jurisdictions indicated that they were abandoning innovation activities. Some of them had to delay it, but not one was saying this isn't, important for us today. So I think that's a really big takeaway. Even if they couldn't quite run as fast as they might have wanted to, in other instances they maybe ran faster because the conditions required it. But there was a sense that this is the future, and that maybe even in some ways, the pandemic hastened certain types of changes that we can talk about that may make it easier for some different types of fintech activity to further develop as we go forward.
Excellent. Well, if I can just actually ask Mr. Bambang Budiawan, as the OJK Head of Supervision Department for Non-Bank Financial Institutions, to chime in. Pak Bambang, we've just heard Margaret really talk through some of the kind of more payments-orientated policy responses abroad, and earlier I mentioned that OJK has had to really craft policy responses with a lot less fiscal support, compared to the giant stimulus packages that we saw, let's say out of US and Japan. But Bambang, as a fintech operator, we've certainly seen the support OJK gave to the industry throughout the pandemic. Could you perhaps talk through some of the specific policies that OJK implemented to really help the non-banking financial institutions, as well as how some of the informal OJK guidance has really tried to help some of the national government initiatives like the PEN program, and utilize the fintech industry to support some of those initiatives. Pak Bambang, silakan.
Thank you, Dino. OJK policy response to strengthen, especially non-bank financial institution, in particular fintech lending role from within to accelerate National Economy Recovery Program, or PEN. Fintech lending has some benefits in dispersing funding rapidly using information technology, especially business as micro and SMEs. For that reason, we believe that financial technology lending can be as an alternative channel for faster economy recovery. During last year, 2020, fintech lending has collaborated with the bank for disbursing fund for government national recovery program. The total amount about has disbursed of 262 billion and to 48.6
to 9 borrowers' account by the end of last year. That amount is supplementary from the amount of funds which have disbursed by individual or institutional lenders in general. We are sure that the contribution of financial technology lending to the distribution of the PAN will continue to grow as the number of cooperation between banks and financial lending keep on growing. There is a provision that banks can only cooperate with financial technology lending that have already obtained their permanent license. And currently, the number of licensed fintech lending continues to grow. Hopefully, in this month, almost 70 licensed fintech. In order to work optimally with the banks, fintech lending must improve their quality of their platforms and services. Of course, OJK encourages fintech lending platform to have sufficient equity and better human resources quality. We also ask for all fintech lending platform to increase their reliability of their electronic systems, especially for scoring system, and also improving good corporate governance and risk management must be carried out. So the banking industry will increasingly believe that fintech lending industry can be relied on. We continue to ask fintech lending platform to facilitate restructuring proposed by borrowers. Of course, the authority for restructuring lies with the lender. So the challenge for this platform is to convince lender that restructuring will have many positive impact on the borrower and national economy. From the perspective of counter-cyclical policy, the COVID-19 pandemic outbreak have affected many industries, including NBFI or non-bank financial institutions. One of the most affected industry is conventional financing industry. OJK has issued regulation, POJK 14 and POJK 58, and in the regulation determined, among other things, that restructuring can be regulation determined, can be carried out on financing provided before and after the debitor is exposed to the impact of COVID-19. Fortunately for fintech lending, the impact from 19 was faster to be recovered from. This is due to the nature business of fintech lending, which is use information technology. Based on our data, the financial lending industry began to recover in August 2020, with the number of lending continue to rise until now. We are optimistic that amount of loan disbursement, outstanding, and number of lenders and borrowers will continue to rise. This shows that the great need for loan and ability of tech lending industry to facilitate. This includes demonstrating lender confidence in providing funding from fintech platform. And last but not least, I hope that at least for things for continue to grow in the next year and this year, in channeling from financing during this pandemic. First, we currently the process of issuing new POJK to amend POJK 77, and all fintech lending platform have already known that about the draft and what is in, and we hope that we just it soon as possible. We expect improvement in terms of equity, capital, quality of funding, quality of good corporate governance and risk management as well. Secondly, we ask also the fintech lending industry to increase their contribution to financing the productive sector in order to provide greater added value. So the reputation of fintech lending must be increased. Also, we contributing to funding outside Java, so that economy equality is quickly materialized. The third one is to increase the depth in scoring system. The goal is to improve the quality of funding and also lower interest rates. Currently, they are still complaining that the interest in fintech lending is too high. The reduction in that loan will be very effective if the platform has scoring system is reliable. The last one, but not least, fintech lending needs to continue to increase collaboration with other industries and institutions. Funding needs in Indonesia are enormous and many areas have yet to be explored. This effort will be successful if the lending industry can optimize system cooperation. That's all, Pak Dino.
Thank you, Pak Bambang. Nicholas, if I could ask you to chime in, right? I mean, you've heard Pak Bambang's policy response, which is more kind of lending-centric, right? Perhaps, you know, given the research that the Cambridge Center has done, could you touch upon really how some of this interplay between, you know, payment policies abroad and the stronger focus on lending policies here, where OJK has really strengthened the regulatory criteria for fintech operators, in effect to have a stronger foundation to continue productive lending to help support Indonesia's micro SMEs, and as Pak Bambang mentioned, especially in the outlying underserved areas. And really, there's been this focus to have fintechs assist banks be able to reach kind of underserved populations via the fintech's ability to originate on a lower cost, to utilize new technologies to serve new users, and also to capture data that's really, you know, supportive of non-traditional underwriting. Nicholas.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, and thank you also for inviting me to this webinar. I think a lot of what Pak Bambang has said, and also Mr. Riswinandi, you know, are serious issues which will impacting the micro sector in particular. I mean, I thought some of those data points that were given were quite remarkable. If we look at, you know, 98% almost of all enterprises in Indonesia are micro, with fewer assets perhaps than less than 50 million rupiah. So, you know, there are challenges there. Clearly at the moment, there's increased uncertainty. And I think, you know, part of the response is going to be, you know, greater collaboration, which was just mentioned, between the various partners and players within the ecosystems. It will mean collecting more data, not just around digital lending vertical, but across other key verticals in the ecosystem. And that's something that Cambridge very much hopes that we will be able to contribute to over time, now that we have a strong presence in the region. And as Margaret has already mentioned, we're collaborating very closely on collecting data like that. So I think, yes, there are uncertainties specific to the micro sector. And there are also, you know, I think opportunities for the micro sector to be able to increase levels of financial literacy, to increase their understanding of risk management frameworks and risk management processes, and be looking at financial statements in many practical ways, so that they can respond to what is a very, very challenging situation for all sectors of the economy. And we're hoping, you know, over time, to be able to collect more and more data and to be able to share this with AFPI, with OJK, Bank Indonesia, and all the other serious players in our ecosystem.
Excellent. Well, if I could just touch on Heidi now. I mean, Heidi, you've heard there's been that range of policies and initiatives from OJK to really help fintech, the fintech industry cope with the pandemic shock. In your view, how have local fintech players adapted to the pandemic?
Hi, good morning, everyone. I think I just right to answer Dino's question. It's like, in the meantime, that AFPI will remain focused to ensure that these conditions will not have a significant impact on the customer service. Of course, that will be the government regulations, that all the policy to make sure the secure of the safety itself from the both sides, which is borrowers and the lender itself. But from the AFPI perspective, they will still continue to encourage all our players, especially this is fintech players, to manage their respective investor, to continue earning their trust, dealing with uncertainties like this. As you know, all these coronavirus, we never know when can be stopped. Even the vaccine is here already. But I think most of our efforts now we're touching to implement in several ways. I think most of the players now is, as Pak Bambang mentioned earlier, that we are building a sustainable business with higher profits and impact on the economy in Indonesia. This is to narrow the unbanked and the unserved gap in Indonesia, because as you all know, the unserved and unbanked market in Indonesia still remain widely untapped. So I think we have a lot of these, more than 100 fintech players now in Indonesia under AFPI associations. And then we have so many background, so many objective on the ages on the player. The second one, that we are also educating the public and to providing them to understanding how we use the funding instead of the fintech itself. As you know, Indonesia market is so huge, and then most of our borrowers now, that's a lot of the news also, that's the borrowers in terms of the P&L itself is going higher. So one of the education campaign that we provided basically is the approach to each product according to the uses and the requirement itself. And last but not least, I think this is happening a lot in Indonesia now, especially now AFPI put some effort also on this, that we're building a lot of the collaborations with the other financial institutions such as banks, multi-finance. That also includes the regional banks, I mean the small banks. I think that's for me right now.
Thank you, Madam Bokau. Now, I guess if I can just summarize the discussion so far. I mean, we've heard from Pak Bambang, who have certainly, focused OJK initiatives that really fintech lending can be supportive of government national economic recovery initiatives by really providing that much needed capital for a lot of the micro SMEs in Indonesia that are hurting right now. And I think, Nicholas, you made mention that building infrastructure, especially data capture infrastructure, I think personally is very important, and we're seeing some of that being priorities across the regions. If I can just touch a little bit more around this whole collaboration, be it with banks or ecosystems. I mean, right now in the news flow, there's a lot of excitement or hype, you could say, around the big digital banks that have come through. We've got C Bank and the big bank Jago, which is the media kind of ecosystems, coming into and becoming a digital bank essentially. Now, I see a lot of that as really being able to capture users with a very large use case, but also access to proprietary data infrastructure, be it transaction data or kind of income data from a lot of the kind of gig economy. If I could just open it up to the floor, I mean, how important are these collaborations in building partnerships with ecosystems, or even just developing a lot of this data capture infrastructure? Margaret, Nicholas, or Pak Bambang?
I'll jump in first and kick off the discussion. I mean, I think it's incredibly important. Before I was working on some of the topics I work on today, I worked a lot on credit information and information infrastructure. You know, kind of years ago, before we had, before big data was on the scene, we talked about not having silos of information, you know, not having kind of banks having their own information and maybe retailers having their own information, but trying to have a more integrated system of information. And one thing that we do see, which I think is an area for concern and for addressing, is that the access, for example, that lending platforms in some markets, such as the US, would have to the traditional credit reporting infrastructure is not typical in a lot of markets. So you end up, as just as you've mentioned, you know, there are different sources of data with different access requirements, for different, you know, different parties have different access to different parts of the information ecosystem. And I think that's problematic both from a competition perspective, from a privacy perspective, long-term, from trust in the system, you know, from being able to kind of identify those types of data which are appropriate to be accessing and using for financial, you know, decision-making, and having that be consistent across the scope. I mean, what we tried to encourage as a, you know, first best, which of course is something you work towards, it's not something most systems have, but is to try to be kind of channel neutral, right? So that you, if there is a more efficient, effective way to deliver lending, for example, for a particular constituency using digital or online, you know, the rules should be around kind of it should be channel neutral. So if you're lending, you know, if you're lending online, how do you, you know, have consistent rules and for example, part of that access to data that would go across different kind of providers. So I just leave that as food for thought, but we think this is incredibly important.
Thank you. You know, from perspective of competition, there is quite a competition between digital banking and fintech lending, but the issue is the amount or the market segment. I think it's quite different with digital banking. Digital banking has focused on digitalization of business process, as well as fintech. Actually, but I think we try as an OJ try to separate the business segment or segment market between digital banking and fintech lending. Thank you, Pak. I talk as well to banking supervision department in other or OJK. We try to discuss what the best to regulate and the best to arrange this for banking.
Sure. So I think what we've captured here is really the different segmentations, and you know, regardless of which segment it is, you know, the data infrastructure is extremely important. Now, there's actually a question I'd like to pose to Mr. Bang, and that's really with the access to these new ecosystems or new data infrastructure, fintechs certainly have the capability to manage risk in certain segments, yeah, especially the traditionally unbanked or underbanked segments, a lot better than historically. Now, there's been a government policy on 0% down payment, which I understand is to help stimulate or open up access to financing. And the question is, one of the potential impacts of this policy is a possible increase in NPL. Now, does the government also provide a tolerance limit policy for the NPL level for the financial services industry in particular? Pak Bang, did you get that question? Sorry, no, I don't catch the question. there's a government policy of 0% down payment. Yeah, and what is the government allowing for potentially higher NPLs in terms of a NPL tolerance limit?
Yeah, actually, this policy is to improve or to accelerate the production and to give customer has a good track record to have car automotive, something like that, and also banking or multi-finance or other lending function has a good reputation in risk management, soundness, and also they have a good governance. Only financial institution has a lot of criteria to give the loan with zero down payment. So this is limited, but we try to create the market. So I hope this policy can be adopted fully by market.
Okay. If I could maybe draw back the topic, you know, we've talked a lot about the policy responses in terms of how to help fintechs cope with the impact of the pandemic, and how to a certain extent drive the fintech industry to support certain government initiatives. If I can perhaps open the question to the panel on a more kind of a micro basis. You know, there's talk about you know, fintechs, I guess, an increasing adoption in fintech payments, right? Because of the pandemic, people want contactless payments. People don't want to use cash anymore. You know, and certainly there's the case where access to finance can help alleviate some of the pain points that a lot of the micro SMEs are facing. But outside that, in terms of the actual you know, value of fintech outside of payments and lending, you know, what else are you seeing out there internationally, or even you know, locally? Because let's say in my specific case with Awan Tunai, you know, we've certainly seen a product that helps micro merchants purchase their inventory from the supply chain remotely. You know, we've certainly seen an increase in that, and again, that's purely pandemic dynamics, right? People don't want to go to the warehouse anymore, line up with 50 other merchants. So we've seen that in the field, and I'm just wondering, you know, outside just payments and lending, have there been other features of the fintech value proposition that you've seen really because of this pandemic?
Yes, Dino, if I could just comment on this briefly. As mentioned earlier, we're at Cambridge, we're monitoring and starting to intensify our data collection across a wider range of verticals. I think what we're also seeing a lot of activity in, and this is also increasing in Indonesia, is market provisioning. So what I mean by that is digital identity. It could be alternative credit analytics. Again, going back to the issue of data. That's not just on structured, but also on increasingly on unstructured data, which is particularly relevant to the micro segment. And then also, you know, RegTech and also alternative data analytics. So I think if we're going to get the micro sector online quickly, we need to have, you know, efficient platforms that match lenders and borrowers and enable those individuals and those micro organizations better connect up with whoever they need to connect up with properly, efficiently, and get easy access. And then again, you know, what Bambang was mentioned about the activity outside of Java. It needs to be accessible across, you know, Indonesia as a country. So we'll see, you know, we'll be monitoring data to collect around those sort of activities as well. But that will be one other example for me that is increasing.
No,
I guess I may jump in what Nicholas said. I mean, a lot of our fintech players now is mostly they are startup right now in AFPI, that we have like 140 something fintech players now. From the association's perspective, that we can see is what Nicholas just mentioned before, our main concern and the challenge is maintaining and the increasing confidence and the improving in terms of the convenience itself from the both sides. I mean, the lender itself, of course, from the borrowers itself. From the association also, that we are doing a lot of initiatives to strengthen the risk mitigations, include but not limited the scoring partner, the collections management, credit assurance, and we do have the fintech data center checking to improve the people profiling, competition, the strategic alliance within other financial industry. I think to move forward to your questions also regarding what kind of features of the each players that focused by the improving the numbers of the borrowers itself. I mean, we all know the untapped market, like the unbanked and undeserved bank. I mean, undeserved people. I mean, still a lot in the Indonesia. I think by the improving some of the initiatives that associations take, as I mentioned earlier, that's going to help the industry in Indonesia to move forward.
So if I can just touch on a point Madam Bokau made in terms of fintech's ability to manage risk, especially again in this underbanked segment. Nicholas, you keep touching on upon this data infrastructure, and certainly what I've seen personally is that the utilization of I guess transaction data for underwriting has been very powerful in our specific case. Now, as there's this interplay between fintechs and banks collaborating, or even banks collaborating with vast ecosystems, and Margaret or Nicholas, feel free to chime in. Have you seen this acceptance abroad of banks working with fintechs that are driving a lot of risk management and underwriting with significantly different data sets that they're used to? I think even in the US, transaction database underwriting is still very new and not commonplace. Could you touch upon the acceptance of the banking industry of these new data sets and new ways of underwriting that the fintech industry is pioneering?
So I can just respond. I think this is a very good point. I don't feel like I have a full answer for that. We know that there are places where, like for example, where you leverage e-commerce platforms to then provide finance, where a lot of that is around, both payments for, goods sold. So you see what the business model looks like when are they selling a lot? How much are they selling? Seasonality, volumes, but also, credit management kinds of issues on the platform that could be seen. But understanding kind of those links back to the banking sector and where that's being developed, most effectively. I think definitely we see in places where you've got kind of a developing e-money system, and you've got more payments going through mobile money providers, relationships being established with banks for that ability to then offer certain kinds of credit products, whether that's because of regulation, whether it's because of credit, the ability to kind of have that credit underwriting capacity. But I think that at times the data that kind of access to data, and this is why, going back to Nicholas's point, the framework, we're doing a lot of looking right now at open banking types of issues, PSD2, our data that are collected on a consumer in one part of their commercial life, able to be shared, across these different actors, across these different providers. What kind of additional consent would be needed? Is consent freely given? What's the role of the regulators? And this could be multiple regulators, the Data Protection Authority, a financial regulator, potentially a utilities or telecommunications regulator as mobile payments, to be able to see these different relationships. And that's why I think it's early days for really understanding all of this. Certainly there's potential, but I think also something we have been very aware of through the COVID emergency is that for a lot of different business models, because they are so new, there hasn't been a significant downturn. So I think, understanding the resilience in different places, what makes different models more resilient, what public policies end up having been most effective under different circumstances is going to be really very instructive and help us to be able to provide better policy advice going forward, since we are going through a downturn in so many economies right now.
Mr. Bambang, if I could draw upon your opinion, Margaret really talks about the access to this important data sets, which are all still very new, and because of this newness, it's almost that certain fintechs have proprietary access to certain types of data sets, right? I mean, there hasn't been an opening up of these new alternative data sets for the whole industry. Could you give us your opinion on how you see this developing, especially when there's multiple regulators involved, such as payments will cover Bank Indonesia, and then the telco data, of course, the communications ministry. What are your thoughts on some of this liberalization or sharing of critical alternative data?
Yes, we also have developed Dafil, right? But in another perspective, it's quite challenging for fintech platform. I think for to see to conduct the market research is important for me personally, because when you look at the markets, everybody here is Indonesian is population based, and then a huge market, something like that. But I think the specific approach should be done when you look at the unbankable market, especially in geographic area. This is quite important because a lot of data or profile in area geographies. What is the historics of NPL or NPF in this area? And secondly, I think the point is culture. Culture is quite unique for Indonesian society, Indonesian people, because sometimes if you look at the Bali Island, it's different with the name of this Bali, this Java culture, when they have some specific values and beliefs that sometimes in collection you don't need to seek for the customer, but we call it in kepala adat in Bali. In Bali, it is more important when you look at how the way fintech profiling this person, and also in another areas is quite different when you have some specific uniqueness. So this is important for when you look at the segmented market, and then for collection management is different within among areas. I think my personal opinion.
Thank you, Pa. Now, we've spoken a lot about the lending side of the equation, and in peer-to-peer, the other side of the lending is of course the provider of capital. Now, part of the theme has been to really try and capital from the banking sector, because that's when you can get a lot of large-scale capital at very low cost. And to a certain extent, that's what we've seen in the US, where initially peer-to-peer was that mom and pop to mom and pop. But what soon happened was that I think there was that there was this competition between deposits, right? You know, should deposits be going through the kind of the P2P platforms indirectly by the retail market investing directly into these loan pools, or should it still go through essentially the banking system? You know, come in there, it's FDIC insured, and then from the banks kind of flows through to the fintech sector. If we can touch on, I guess, the role of fintech on the savings side, or I should say the investment side. I'll open that up to the panel.
Yeah, if I could just, yeah, I think it's important to look at both, to be honest, both the savings and the investment side. You know, I think that in terms of the ability of the kind of online lending, you know, online banks, but platforms to really achieve the scale and the impact that they want to have, they have to have that, there has to be a balanced supply. It doesn't mean by the same provider, but you know, individuals have and firms have to have a way to both, you know, save their money safely or have opportunities for investment as well as access to credit. So I think, you know, one of the findings from our study that we did with Cambridge last year in terms of the response to COVID was that about 25% of the advanced economies, and this was the second largest after working on payments, were looking at digital savings. And it might seem like during a crisis, people can't save. Everybody's, you know, people are unemployed, people are really suffering. But, you know, what we often see is that when people retrench, that's when they especially want to save, and savings go up because so many discretionary, you know, expenditures go down. And, you know, to be able to kind of quickly move from emergency savings or short-term savings into a convenient payment mechanism, you know, can be really important. I think there's also definitely scope here to talk about investing, but you know, for kind of the smaller size of when we're talking about smaller, you know, and lower income people, I think we're talking really more about savings. And I think that the industry also needs to think, kind of the fintech industry, how can they provide those opportunities as well.
If I may add what the Margaret say, I think what I can see from the association's perspective, that investor now can see that the funding fintech currently can be an options to meet needs the right community to adapt the industry also because of the players of the digital economy itself. And then currently that we continue to urge all our players, fintech, to make the strategic adjustments very quickly. As mentioned earlier, that we have 148, if I'm not mistaken, from the association, since we most of us are up. So by adjusting our services itself, that we can adapt to the market quickly. And again, we always continue to coordinate with all the stakeholders, including the OJK, regarding what funding players, I mean, it's the fintech itself to implement directly. That's from the association's perspective.
Could I just add briefly, Dino, to what Margaret said there? I also agree that both sides should be represented. I think there's potential to develop platform business models, which would then also enable, you know, recovery to happen much more easily. So not just, you know, investment vehicles on platforms, but also retail ability to access retail opportunities as well, and a whole host of other things. And we're seeing from the research I did in studies before on platform business models, we're seeing a lot of convergence of industries, not just within financial services themselves, but across multiple industries. So I think that will also have interesting impacts on the way that the regulator looks at the market going forwards. And of course, will have a direct impact on how each of the regulators in Indonesia in particular then looks at the markets. But I think from a recovery perspective as well, platform business models would also be, an interest.
E-commerce style businesses, along with fintech e-commerce, fintech lending, What's your opinion on how this convergence can happen? Because we know OJK is very specific in terms of what P2P lending should do, but really, what seems to be effective, especially with capturing that data infrastructure that's valuable for helping the unbanked, is this much wider kind of a view of a business model.
Yeah, I agree with said by Nicholas that business model is important for lender or funder. And secondly, I think from OJK perspective, again, product and services should be fit with perspective from funding or lender. The third one is in lender of institution. I think institutional lender, they are satisfied if the fintech lending has a good reputation in financial performance. Secondly, good corporate governance, and also effective risk management, especially in credit scoring system. Many bankers told to me that the last two items to factors, I think GCG and risk management should be in place in the fintech. Otherwise, they don't want to support the fintech lending. I think I agree with this opinion from perspective of bankers as the institutional lender.
Well, thank you, Pa. Perhaps if I can wrap up this session, and if there's time for any last questions, please let us know. But essentially, what I've captured from today's discussion is that initially there's a range of policy initiatives internationally. A lot of that perhaps were pushing more on the payment side of things, but within Indonesia itself, there was recognition that the provision of lending capital in this very difficult period was important to kind of restart the economy, support a lot of distressed micro SMEs. And a lot of the initiatives in place in Indonesia were certainly driven towards, leveraging, I guess, the fintech advantage in using alternative data in these, diverse ecosystems that they've all managed to build. And as priorities going forward, we certainly hope to see perhaps liberalization of these large data pools, because right now, as the industry is still fairly early, each fintech has its own ecosystem, right? And as each fintech discovers a new way of underwriting, be it using transaction data or other alternative data sorts, really perhaps it's more of a policy response in terms of how do we democratize and allow the whole industry to benefit from that particular innovation. And finally, I think we round up by saying that there's this real convergence of business models out there. No one's a pure play lender anymore, right? With this requirement for alternative data sources or essentially proprietary data sources, we're seeing kind of lending business models merge or even collaborate with different ecosystems out there. Any closing remarks from the panel?
I want to thank you for the time today. I think this has been a really fascinating discussion. I think you summarized it well, and I think what I would say from the some of the standpoint, just kind of a word of caution, or as we go forward, is around financial education, financial consumer protection, and consumer trust. I think this is really a challenge when you have a lot of different data sets that people don't necessarily understand well how the data are being used. Even if there's a relationship between the color of the shirt you bought yesterday and whether you will, default tomorrow, do consumers agree with that, even if it's predictive? And, so how does the industry communicate, clearly to consumers? How does it, go forward developing a kind of, rules of the road that appear fair. And I think these are very specific. So there's broad principles, and there are of course things like the EU's general data protection regulation, which a lot of different countries have looked to as one type of guidance. But I think the bigger picture, like you raised, is as all of these amazing opportunities come up, because there are new opportunities, big data, AI create incredible opportunities. How do we manage that so that it feels like it's serving the consumers, and the consumers don't feel that they're not really understanding what's happening as these different things grow up around them. And I think it is a challenge to develop kind of more of a framework of shared data rather than very exclusive data. I think that's what's more competitive and is really going to, in the long run, be more sustainable and in kind of the interests of the economy and the consumers, which is the kind of the perspective from which we're coming. And I think most companies are coming from that same perspective as well, for a long-term perspective and relationship building.
Just really to add to what Margaret has just said there, Dino, as well as Pak Bambang talking about corporate governance and risk. This is so important, because without these frameworks, we cannot build up trust, and without trust, consumers will not want to consume. So it's vitally important to have the right governance structures in place. I think it's equally important to make sure that consumers can know that the data that they want to share will be held private and obviously not go missing in some way for whatever reason. So we cannot really get away from the governance framework around this, as well as also the hard risk management processes and methodologies, particularly on the credit side, the financial risks to support that. The third thing I would say also is raising awareness of what is going on in terms of developments. Trust is developed over time, and increased by regular communication amongst the stakeholders in the ecosystem and ecosystems.
For me, fintech lending, this is in fund industry, right? So let us give us opportunity and time to arrange, to orchestrate and regulate this industry gradually. So in the next 2 years, we hope that fintech lending can have an opportunity to grow quickly, but still in prudential banking, prudential principle, such as governance and risk management. Thank you.
And from my side, last but not least, I think from the associations, we need to educating the public and providing them with the understanding of how to use the funding of the fintechs in the sustainable manner, with the approaches in order to use each product according to uses and the requirement. That's from me.
Okay, I have a last minute question coming here from the audience, and I'll open this up to the panel. With the existence of government policies related to 100% LTV and 0% down payment, the ease of applying for credit and large amounts of credit will be wide open. This condition is in line with the increasing risk of bad credit, one of which is caused by the intention of the customers to skip. Is there a policy that supports the skip tracer team in using a GPS location that can be accessed to find customers? Perhaps that's more for Pak Bambang.
I invite my colleague, Pak Munawar. Mr. Munawar. I don't catch the question.
Okay. So this question is is more talking, I think, back again to that 0% down payment.
Yeah.
So I think this particular OJK open up the ability of fintechs to trace using GPS location data. So they're asking if fintechs can use GPS location tracking data to help address the 0% down payment and increase risk.
I guess Pak Bambang.
Okay, Pak Bambang, I tried to answer this question.
Okay.
We only give the fintech lending platform to access the three areas: camera, microphone, and location. In case that the borrower failed to do their obligation to repay their the payment, of course, the fintech platform can use the location access, because then I think it's not difficult for fintech platform to trace the location of the borrower, because we still accommodate of the need for the fintech platform to use a location. It's only this. Hopefully, this helps to answer this question.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think it was broken
I
up.
talk to many finance company, especially with finance, just sharing the information from perspective of down payment zero. Mostly of finance company, I mean multi-finance has tap the market for zero down payment. The criteria is repeat order, but not a new customer. So they have also informed prudential, because it's quite interesting, quite challenging. If you look at new customer is higher from perspective of finance company. That's why we regulate that only limited multi-finance have can give the loan to customer who has down payment zero. Only they have good honest, lower risk profile, and also has very low NPL.
Thank you, Pak Bambang. So if I can conclude that, really, fintech lending can certainly be helpful in national economic recovery, right? Especially from the lending side and providing access to productive capital. And we're certainly seeing this push towards collaboration with banks, and really at a larger macro scale. If and when we see these alternative data sets working, perhaps some of the proprietary ecosystems that we're currently seeing in this young industry maybe open up. Perhaps, if I can throw out a controversial issue out there. I mean, myself as a venture capital funded business, essentially our aim is to be a monopoly, right? Which runs total contrary to this democratization of proprietary data. When I pitch to investors, I said that I have data that nobody else has. Now, for the greater good of the industry, certainly this data should be shared or accessible by all. And Margaret, I think there's this tension here where it's a VC-funded industry. We're all out here to be perhaps not. It's certainly not a winner-takes-all market, right? But certainly with the type of funding that we receive, we're out here to get that competitive advantage and certainly maintain that competitive advantage against the rest of the industry. Have you seen it really play out in other segments of the world where this type of proprietary data can be democratized? I mean, if we look at other industries such as Facebook or Google, they're certainly not sharing their data, and we know it's extremely valuable for financial inclusion. Perhaps we can kind of have a last discussion on where, you know, development of be 5-10 years in relation to this issue.
So I'm happy to take the first crack at that. I think you're making a really good point that, you know, at different stages in the development of an industry or of a firm, you know, what's kind of what works at one point may not be what's most ideal in a longer term setting. I think that, you know, ideally over time, you want to move towards a situation where you're not the business models aren't based on what we would call in one way information rents, or, you know, unique access to certain types of data on the consumer, but rather on, you know, other aspects of service and, you know, efficiency and kind of access to the consumer, rather than just leveraging this information rent. And so, you know, what we're trying to move, you know, I think the idea is that the data that may be developed through bilateral commercial relationships, you know, maybe isn't the most sustainable also in terms of just, you know, if it's too narrow, you know, your consumer base may not be as sustainable long-term as you would like, where you may not be able to grow it as much as you would like. So it's a tension. I think it's a business model tension. I think from a market development and competition perspective, it's a tension, but I definitely, you know, understand that in the early phases, one of the ways that, you know, businesses leverage is off of that access to information. But I think longer term, also some of the trends we're seeing with things like PSD2 and open banking is, I think there is a trend internationally towards consumers having more control of their data and more of an ability to indicate who has access to which types of data. And getting back to the point, you know, that I think, and many of us on the panel, Nicholas and Helen and you know, also Bang Bang, that were mentioning, you know, this issue of trust in the system and making sure that consumers feel comfortable about who gets to control the data, who has access and is using certain types of personal data for, you know, for decisions that may turn out the way they want at times, but also at times, you know, not be the decision that they would want, for example, if they weren't approved for a credit. So I think there's a short-term and a longer-term perspective on this, and longer-term, we're looking towards how do you have that be a part of the competitive landscape rather than part of the proprietary landscape.
Yeah, I think that will be good what the Margaret just mentioned just now, since all the fintech players now is building a lot of the collaborations within the banks. That should be the data who can do monitoring or the synchronize between our fintech data and the bank side data. As I mentioned also earlier, that's why I think the data is more important to strengthen the risk mitigations on the time being now.
Dino, that's a very interesting question you've asked there, and you know, I think, and it's a very valid question. Data seems to be becoming more perishable as we get more and more of it, and there's data around each of us everywhere in the world, and I think, you know, specific to the micro sector, the data sets which fintechs can collect will largely depend on, number one, what their business models are, but also going back to what Bam Bam was saying, you know, the cultural context in which that business actually exists. And this is something we're very interested in being able to, you know, dive more deeply in as well. So I think it's not just the structured data, although that is extremely important and will remain so. It's increasingly unstructured data that we can get through social media, voice, and so on and so forth, which is going to give us much more of a holistic perspective on how a business or an organization is operating. So, of course, I understand your question, but I think, you know, as we collect more and more data, the value of that data at that particular time is likely probably to depreciate, and then other types of data with applied analytics will then take its place and create new sources of value. That would really be my sort of vision for how data is going to create value, across all sectors going forwards.
If I could just make one additional comment on that, I think that something we haven't touched upon, and I know we're at the end of the session here probably, but is bias in things like AI and machine learning, and something that we're very aware of. And today, we're at the end of it over here in our time zone, but was International Women's Day, and something we are concerned about is that in fintech there isn't adequate representation always of women and sometimes different minority groups. And so, how do we make sure that there isn't bias being built into models, especially when you go to more unstructured data, because we know that that's something that can happen. And so I think that's something also a challenge for the industry to be working towards, inclusivity and making sure that those, to the extent possible, decision makers are really representing the populations that they're serving in this industry.
Excellent. Well, look, let me briefly summarize and really thank, all the panel members for their insights, Bang for all the insights into, OJK's policy decision making, Heidi for your views on the ground as a fintech operator, Margaret, Jury for sharing your research. So if I can summarize, really, the view is that fintech can certainly be a channel to help economic recovery. Certainly issues around financial inclusion, financial literacy, and development of digital infrastructure are key priorities for the fintech industry to really mature and develop into something that can really lift up the millions of underbanked and unbanked within Indonesia and of course around the world. And on the other side of the lending, really investors should be able to see fintech platforms as potentials for investment or even a savings function for the larger community. And really all of this, as the industry grows, is dependent upon strong compliance, strong corporate governance, and really to build up this consumer trust on alternative data sets that the industry is collecting, to build up trust in large collaborations, be it with the banking sector or other large ecosystems. And certainly, we hope as the industry develops, there will certainly be a greater acceptance amongst the traditional banking industry for what fintech can contribute to the national economy. So once again, thank you very much to all the panelists, and I hand it back to you, MC.
Thank you so much, Dino.
Okay, thank you for the panelists in the first panel talk who took the time to attend in today's discussion. So here are some summary that I have made as well from the panel talk is fintech lending can be an alternative channel for economic recovery. And fintech lending is also building the collaboration with the banks and also ecosystem. Furthermore, continuing the fintech player to improve the business with higher economics, especially in Indonesia. So, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. Before moving on to the next discussions, we will present some videos. So here we go.
Mau bayar uang sekolah anak? Mau buka usaha? tapi dana tidak cukup atau belum gajian? Tenang aja, AdaKami siap membantu Anda. AdaKami bisa membantu Anda hingga 10 juta rupiah. Proses pengajuannya gampang banget, hanya perlu nomor HP dan KTP. Aplikasinya aman dan terpercaya. Persyaratannya mudah dan bunganya rendah. Juga sudah berizin dan diawasi oleh Otoritas Jasa Keuangan. Yuk download aplikasinya di Play Store dan App Store. Di mana ada kemauan, di sana ada kami.
Banyak barang diskonan, butuh beli ini itu. Atau mendadak butuh dana, tapi uangnya nggak cukup, gimana nih? Apalagi teman dan keluarga nggak ada yang mau bantu. Rupiah Cepat siap membantu masalah keuangan Anda. Rupiah Cepat merupakan layanan pinjaman online dengan limit pinjaman hingga 5 juta rupiah, jangka waktu pinjaman hingga 91 hari, apalagi bisa dicicil. Pengajuan pinjaman di Rupiah Cepat tidak butuh jaminan, tidak butuh biaya admin maupun biaya lainnya loh. Rupiah Cepat juga memiliki bunga yang terjangkau dan bersahabat. Tenang saja, Rupiah Cepat berizin OJK, terdaftar di Kominfo dan bergabung dengan AFPI. Rupiah Cepat, solusi masalah keuangan Anda.
Butuh dana cepat tapi nggak ribet, misalnya untuk biaya pendidikan, kesehatan, atau memenuhi kebutuhan harian. Kamu bisa pinjam ke bank atau apply kartu kredit, tapi ribet dan syaratnya banyak. Terus gimana dong? Tenang, ada UangMi. UangMi merupakan aplikasi peminjaman uang tanpa jaminan yang praktis. Kamu bisa mendapatkan dana cair dalam waktu singkat hanya dengan menggunakan KTP. Prosesnya pun sangat mudah. Download aplikasi UangMi di Play Store. Buka aplikasi dan register dengan memasukkan nomor telepon. Selanjutnya, kamu akan menerima kode verifikasi melalui SMS. Lengkapi proses verifikasi dengan mengupload foto KTP dan foto dirimu. Kemudian, lengkapi data diri dan informasi lain seperti alamat rumah, pekerjaan, kontak darurat, dan hubungkan UangMi ke minimal 2 akun media sosial. Jangan lupa untuk memasukkan nomor rekeningmu. UangMi akan melakukan proses verifikasi data dalam 5 menit. Selanjutnya, kamu dapat segera melakukan peminjaman. Kamu dapat menentukan jangka waktu cicilannya sesuai kemampuanmu. Klik Apply Now, dan pinjaman kamu akan diproses langsung ke rekening kamu dalam waktu 24 jam. Semakin baik rekormu membayar cicilan, levelmu akan naik dan nominal yang bisa kamu pinjam pun semakin tinggi. Soal keamanannya, kamu nggak perlu khawatir. UANGMI merupakan lembaga resmi yang terdaftar dan diawasi oleh OJK. Dapatkan dana cairmu sekarang juga tanpa ribet. UANGMI, solusi praktis untuk simpan pinjam. Download sekarang.
Back to AFPI Fintech webinar. So moving right along. So I want to ask you guys here is that have you started digging up a lot of informations about the fintech industry during this pandemic? So it is obviously difficult to be able to sustain the industry during this pandemic. So I want to say congratulations to all fintech platforms that have still survived until now. And related to that, the second panel will talk about the building a collaborative fintech ecosystem with our amazing speakers. And here we go. We have 6 speakers now, and it will be the first speaker is Mr. Munawar Kasan, as a Deputy Director of Fintech Regulations, Research and Development, Financial Services Authority of Indonesia. So Mr. Munawar Kasan has studied for the bachelor degree at Institut Teknologi 10 November Surabaya and also has studied for the master degree at Universitas Gadjah Mada. He also has a work experiences in the insurance industry and also now as being a Direktur Pengaturan Penelitian dan Pengembangan Fintech OJK. And then moving on to the next speaker, that would be Mr. Bimalaga as chairman of IDEA. And then his work experiences are being associate vice presidents of public policy and government relations in Bukalapak, and also public policy and government relations manager in Gojek. And the last one is CFO in PT Price area. And then next we have the next speaker, which is Mrs. Charlie Rungkat. So she has studied since in 1994 to 1997 in Simon Fraser University, Burnaby, Canada, Bachelor of Business Administration degree with joint major in marketing and economic. And in 2001 until 2003, she studied in FW Olin Graduate School of Business at Babson's College, Wellesley, USA, for Master of Business Administration degree. And her work experiences are in 2020 now, being a President Director Tara Light Indonesia, and also 2019 until now as a Chief Financial Officer OVO Indonesia, and in 2017 until 2019 partner Dale's Strategy and Operations PwC Advisory Indonesia. And then we have the next speaker as well, Mr. Sonny Christian. So his work experiences are being a former CEO and co-founder P2PL Batumbu, and also being a former board of management and head of business banking Bank PTPN, and also former SME Risk Head Bank Danamon Indonesia. And then moving on, we have the next speaker, which is Mr. Henry Halim. So he has studied in RMIT University and also got a Bachelor of IT in Business Application. And then his work experiences as an IT digital transformation at Sundamanik Group, and also assistant to director at Sundamanik Group, and also an IT project manager, Advanced Intelligence Group, and also senior vice presidents of project and Advanced Intelligence Group, and also business development director at Advanced Intelligence Group. And the next one. Okay, so we have Mr. Robert Rompas. He has studied in STIE Perbanas, and then he has work experiences in 2006 as a fraud and recovery consumer loan department head Bank Mandiri, and 2012 as a vice president at PT Bank CIMB Niaga, and then 2020 as a CEO PT Akur Dana Abadi Jembatan Mas, and also in 2020 as a Vice Chairman of Ethics Law Asosiasi Fintech Pendanaan Bersama Indonesia. Okay, so next one, we have our moderator now, Mr. Agus Chandra. So he has studied in 1993 until 1997 at University of Bina Nusantara and got the Bachelor of MIS, and also in 2013 until 2015 studied in Sekolah Tinggi Theologia Sunergo, and then got a Master of Theology, and then also in 2015 until 2017 studied in Sekolah Tinggi Theologia IKAT Doctor in Ministry. And then his work experiences are in 2017 being a present dosen and tim penguji doktoral S3 di Universitas Bima Nusantara, and also in 2008 until 2017 being a CEO at www.lojai.com, and also 2019 until recently as a CEO at PT Solusi Bijak Indonesia. So I have read all the speakers and also moderators' CV. Now I will be giving it to our amazing moderator now, Dr. Agus Chandra, as a head of ecosystem support AFPI and CEO Saku Ceria. So Dr. Agus Chandra, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Lisa. It's very good moment now. So, good afternoon for every speakers, and we start with first. Selamat siang, good afternoon, Pak Munawar. How are you today?
Selamat siang, Pak.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, thanks for joining this panel. Yeah, building a collaborative fintech ecosystem. Talking about the ecosystem is very interesting. Can you share a little bit more detail about the collaborative fintech ecosystem to us so we can have some insight from the regulators, Pak Munawar?
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Pak Agus, Pak Bimalaga, Pak Ibu Sarli, Pak apa kabar, Pak Henry, dan thank you for inviting us to share our thought and policy related to our regulation, particularly in terms of financial inclusion and ecosystem. Let me share a slide, Pak Agus. I will share this slide, and I will deliver this within 3 minutes, maybe. And I try to give a big picture how significant is fintech lending in boosting financial inclusion in Indonesia, because the topic that's given to me related to the financial inclusion and ecosystem. Talking about the financial inclusion index, based on the OJK survey in 2019, the financial literacy index was 38.3%, and the financial inclusion index was 76.9%. This financial inclusion index is greater than the government's target of 75%. And in 2025, according to the presidential regulation of 2020 concerning Strategi Nasional Keuangan Inklusif, our government target is 90% of the financial inclusion index. This means that 90% of adult people in Indonesia have access to financial products and services that are provided by financial institutions. Look at the right side. Based on the graph, user of the fintech lending more than 44 million in 2020, and the latest data in February 2021, the number of users increased more than 46.8 million user accounts. User accounts consist of lenders and borrowers accounts. The numbers of increase the numbers of users increase every year. Look at the data from 2017, 2018 until last year, the number increased. For some users, a transaction with a P2P lending industry is the first transaction with a financial service institution. This shows that the presence of the P2P lending industry has been making financial inclusion in Indonesia better. How about the next? OJK expect that P2P industry enter into untapped so that its role in financial inclusion will be more significant. We encourage the P2P platform to access, especially to remote areas and outside Java. As you know, that we have a draft of OJK regulation that we put to provision related to the disbursement onto the productive loan and disbursement outside Java. And the second, we ask the P2P platform to enter to the sectors where banks and other financial institutions have obstacles, like not only banking, but also, for example, multi-finance. They may have an obstacle to enter to the MSME, micro, small, medium enterprises sectors, and agricultural sector, and other sectors. They have an obstacle because they have a limitation to do it. The next slide shows you about the P2P lending ecosystem. I simplify the P2P ecosystem. You may find other version. I divide it onto 4 parts: governments, or regulators, users, business support, and soft business. Government or regulators, including OJK, Indonesia Central Bank, Ministry of Communication and Information, Ministry of Home Affairs, and etc. Business support institutions have been providing services to P2P like digital signature, virtual, and as account from banking industry, and also insurance, credits, and the others. To increase the contribution of P2P lending industry, P2P platform must focus on what types of business can be generated through sources of business. We can look at the right side of the picture. In addition to the e-commerce and MSMEs, P2P platform can also extend the funding to the agriculture, as I mentioned before, fisheries sectors, and cooperate together with the industrial sectors, organization or association. We know that many platforms are already working with e-commerce. The event this morning, AFPI MOU with IDEA. This is very good. Appreciate it very much. We encourage to work with the association, the other association as well. Sometimes I imagine like this. AFPI operates with payment system association. For example, AFPI can set a pilot project with Jaya. For example, all the transactions in Pasar Jaya in Jakarta are cashless. I mean that all the transactions are cashless, and funding for both sellers can be acquired through P2P platform. This is a closed-loop ecosystem. I think we can try to express whether it's possible to do by collaborating with other associations. The last slide.
Ngomong sejarah asli. Setelah itu kita ngomong.
Okay. The last slide. How about the OJK support for extension of collaboration in ecosystem? Yes, OJK fully support P2P industry to collaborate with the other industry in the ecosystem. As you know that we are currently in the process of issuing the OJK number 77. in 2016, Pak Bambang mentioned before, draft of the regulation, we put some provisions related to partnership P2PL, where P2PL can collaborate with third parties in business operation. Platform can acquire fee from this collaboration. Not strictly regulate the terms in the terms of P2P platform. OJK only regulate on principle-based approach. As you know that there is regulatory base, there is a principle-based approach, and we choose principle-based approach for the P2P industry. And the platform must comply with the regulation in general. Number second, about the exploring new business. As you know that Indonesia still has a business funding gap. The need for funding in Indonesia is still huge. There are some research about this, and P2P lending platform have to explore the businesses by cooperating with other parties. Collaborating can be done through industry association or directly with companies. P2P platform can create funding with business schemes that never imagined before. In that some P2P platform continuously make the new scheme, new business model. It's very good, and we support it very much. As business growing all the time, we are sure that there are many new business models, and they need funding. And the last, about the guideline for PPR, rural banking, P2P lending. Last month, some P2P platform were invited joining the socialization of the guidelines. OJK issued guideline for cooperating with rural bank, PPR, and PPRS, and P2P lending. This line contains forms and the condition of the cooperation. The model of cooperation is channeling and referral. And I know that most of the P2P platform understand this. But as you know that there is a restriction where the collaboration between banking and P2P lending cooperation, there is a limitation from banking regulation where they can only cooperate licensed P2P platform. So for the platform, for a while you have to wait for until you will get the permanent license from OJK. This is Pak Agus Chandra. I'm back to you, and I hope that this can trigger our discussion today. Thank you, Pak.
Yes, great, Pak Munawar. So very insightful for your detailed information regarding lending ecosystem framework that you mentioned. There is 4 points that is very important, that government regulator, lender borrower, source of business, like such as just now you mentioned, AFPI and IDEA have collaboration for the P2P lending and e-commerce. And last is a business support, like such a QIC, digital signature. This 4 framework is very important actually for the inclusion of financial. So, and once you mentioned that updating the collaboration between the BPR, Bank Perkreditan Rakyat, and P2P, this is also very great implementation to distribute the financial inclusion. So thank you very much for your insight that now we are how to regulate the system, that how to regulate the digital financial innovation for the fintech player in Indonesia. Pak Munawar, can you share your insight and information?
Regulate the digital financial innovation.
Yes. How you? Yes.
Yeah. Okay, Pak. the P2P industry, because of innovation, its innovation is very different from the traditional financial industry like banking. Sorry, as traditional, quote unquote. The strength of this industry lies in innovation. The OJK regulation must encourage innovation and must not destroy the innovation itself. So far, OJK has been strong with a prudential approach in its supervision. Supervision of the financial services industry is very strict, but for the industry, OJK implement a principle-based approach. We do not set regulation rigidly, but more flexible, especially on business practices and innovation. We ask the association, AFPI, to help OJK in supervising this industry from market conduct approach or perspective. We also encourage all players to innovate, create new products and business model. As I mentioned before, our tasks are to ensure that P2P platform compliant and provide adequate protection for customer. And in regulating and supervising, we industry, the interest of customer, and the interest of our nation as well. This is a tough challenge for OJK because we have to make it balance. In the new OJK draft, we emphasize industry. We talk about the quality, industry quality of the platform, the quality of the consumer protection. If we talk about the quality of the platform, such as improving the quality of human resources, the scoring system, mention about how to enhance the scoring system, because it will influence the level of interest rate. And we also support the P2P to enhance the quality of funding. We talk about the NPL and the capital, and also about the capital or. Okay, we set this provision onto the draft of a new regulation. We are still under criticism regarding to high interest rate, and we believe that with reliable credit scoring, as Pak Bambang mentioned, more this industry will be able to be applied the right or lower level of interest rate. We also focus on the quality of consumer service through increased transparency and consumer protection. OJK must pay sufficient attention to the quality of the customer protection because this is closely related to public trust. As you know that for the financial industry, trust is paramount important. This is Bagus.
Okay, so great. So OJK is concerned in the protection and quality, right? And the FP also become some network for OJK to distribute the information. Then the most important is COC, ya, Pak Munawar, ya? Code of conduct that we have to follow. Yes, great, great. So how do you advise for fintech players to build the right financial system in the midst of the difficulties and challenges during the COVID-19 pandemic, this current situation, Pak Munawar? How?
Yes, Pak. We acknowledge that not only P2P platform get effective of this coronavirus, but also the user of this platform across the country. Our first response last year on April 2020, the early of this COVID-19 in Indonesia, we issued a letter to all of the P2P platform that they should give more attention and facilitate loan restructuring. As you know that the authority of the restructuring session is on letters. We believe that this will help users in the pandemic. And meanwhile, But to keep the fintech players to run their business, we encourage them to listen with the other financial institution or other institution, either to become lender or to distribute on the national economic recovery. I know that some platform make collaboration with some banks to disperse pen funds. For increasing lenders' confidence to lend their money, we suggest the player, P2P player, to improve their risk management. We strongly encourage platform to enhance their scoring system and artificial intelligence (AI). Because, as you know, that credit risk may rise because of this pandemic, and we suggest platform to utilize optimally insurance coverage or guarantee to mitigate default risk that may happen on the lender.
Okay, thank you. Great. Yes. So this is very important of the ecosystem, right, Paya? Last week we also have a meeting with you also from AFPI regarding for the KYC digital signature, insurtech, and everything. Yeah, so yes, this is correct. So that's why now we already invite for the expert people from Asliry and BPS, yeah, from players also from Tara Light. Later we can discuss a lot about this point. So that means the point is risk mitigation is very important. So credit scoring is also important. So this ecosystem we have to enhancing. So thank you very much, Pak Munawar. So we understand that the ecosystem of digital during this, how to overcome this pandemic is very important. Thank you very much, Pak Munawar. So now we come to the e-commerce. Yeah, this is very important also. E-commerce, welcome to Pak Bimalaga. Pak Bimalaga is my old friend before I'm in e-commerce industry. Welcome you, Pak Bima.
Ya, welcome Pak Agus, apa kabar?
Baik. Yeah. And also congrats for our collaboration, Pak Bima. Ya, finally we collaborate together, AFPI and IDEA. Yes, during the pandemic. Yes, during the pandemic, Bank Indonesia prediction that the whole of the 2020 there's increased a lot and huge. There's about 429 trillion rupiah. So this is very amazing number during this pandemic is increasing. So how fintech lending increased the average purchase value and the frequency of transaction, Pak Bima? Can you share to us?
Yeah, thank you, Pak Agus, for your asking. I think my sound is clear because I think this connection is not too good in here. But I'm trying to answer your question. The first, in the pandemic, we still increasing transaction of e-commerce, and I think fintech is also most important to support the e-commerce transaction. For example, we have like SME, they have a bunch like order. For example, maybe the mask, the hand sanitizer, and all kind of product to support the SME. After that, the SME also need the capital, right, to grow the product, to grow the supply. I think this collaboration can helping the SME to more growth during this pandemic, to helping SME handle the transaction. That's the most important. Before that, the research from Bank Indonesia, the data, the e-commerce still growth year on year is above 20%, I think, year on year. And we also have the Harbolnas, Hari Belanja Online Nasional, is 12.12. And last year, the Harbolnas is like 9 billion. But sorry, 2019 is 9 billion, but in 2020 the Harbolnas sales is almost 11 billion, 11.6 billion. So I think that's the increasing the transaction of the e-commerce. Then I hope this collaboration not this is the beginner that we are collaboration. We are still deep diving how we can collaboration more to support SME during this pandemic to handle the transaction e-commerce. Thank you, Bagus.
Exactly, Pak Bima, exactly. So fascinated about the Harbolnas. I also purchased some in Harbolnas, Pak Bima. Yes, very useful. Yes. So how is the surveillance system built from the collaboration fintech and e-commerce in maintaining consumer protection, Pak Bima? Can you share to us?
Yeah, sure. In e-commerce transaction protection, we have the rules is under Ministry of Trade. We call this is PP 80 2019. In the PP 80 about customer protection, they have a rule over there about maybe if the product can send the to make sure the product is like when you read the description, the product must be same with the product that sent, something like that in the PP 80. So we have like a umbrella rule now. Maybe Pak Agus know the history of umbrella this rule. Finally, we have an umbrella rule for the e-commerce transaction is PP 80, and also we have a Permendak 50, Permendak 50 by 2020. So now in e-commerce we also have the umbrella rule, Pak Agus.
Okay, so PP 80 is very important. So that's why Harbolnas increased a lot, Pak Bima. Yeah, wow, wonderful. So this very interesting that e-commerce in Indonesia is growing so fast. So thank you very much, Pak Bima.
Thank you.
So yeah, so this very nice hot topic right now. Yeah, welcome to Pak Sony Christian. Ya, apa kabar Pak Sony Christian?
Selamat siang, Pak Agus. Kedengaran ya, Pak?
Ya, dengar Pak Christian. Yeah. So recently Bank Jago is very hot, Pak. Yesterday close is 9,000 to 700, and now little bit drop little bit, Pak. Maybe can give us the insight, but later, Pak, in the next session. This is very interesting topic, Pak. So digital banking and fintech, friend or foe, Pak? This is very interesting. Go ahead.
Okay. First of all, good morning, everyone. The Honorable Pak Munawar and all the OJK leaders, Pak Adrian, Gunadi, and all the association leaders, all panelists, my colleagues, and all friends from the fintech platforms. It is an honor for me to come back to the AFPI event and meet all of you. I wish all of us health and in a very well condition. Thank you, Pak Agus. So, the digital technology actually has disrupted all sectors, including financial and banking industry. To stay relevant, banks not only need to quickly adapt, but also need to fundamentally change, I think. Whether it is a paradigm shift, the way of working, decision-making process, and the courage to break normality in a very creative way. Many say that fintech and bank are competing head-to-head. Some conclude that fintech is a serious threat for banks, eroding the bank's business. But if you're looking back, this assumption actually began when digital technology disrupted sectors. The phenomenon of digital disruption across all fields, including the banking industry. Digital technology enables non-bank financial institutions to carry out some banks' functions, such as digital payments and including fintech lending. Banks respond to the digital disruption in many ways. What we in Bank Jago are doing is quickly adapting and transforming. We must be able to serve our customers like fintech standard, which is fast and simple. So after going through the adaptation and transformation process, we see that fintech is not a threat, a strategic partner instead. And we believe that we can grow and develop together. Fintech and bank actually can complement each other. So this is obviously a friend, not a foe.
Okay, right. So the point is disruption, Pak, yeah. And then the Bang Jago always jago, Pak. So the most point is the fast and simple, yeah. Strategic partnership. This is the key point of Bang Jago become Bang Jago. Okay, understand. So how digital lending impact the changing landscape of the financial inclusion? Can you share to us, Pak?
Yes. We believe that technology will not only provide a new experience, but will also widen the reach out, create equality, and improve welfare. This is in line with what the government's vision to create a digital economy as a new source of growth and support the agenda of OJK to speed up financial inclusion. Financial industry in Indonesia still has a large room to grow. A number of adult citizens who does not have a bank account, the ratio of total loans to GDP is still low. On the other hand, the number of smartphone users and the use of data increasing. Bang Jago sees the largest opportunity is on the micro and the small and medium entrepreneurs, retail and mass market by optimizing technology. COVID-19 pandemic, we know, has created social distancing, a less face-to-face contact, and a new habit in the society to avoid crowds. Due to the change of the behavior, producers and business people are also changed. Those who really rely on outlet networks, they're now starting to aggressively maximize their digital channel. Therefore, besides for the individual consumers, we also design our digital bank to fulfill the producer side. So this is to support the financial inclusions for the small business.
Okay, great, Pak. I also agree, Pak. So that means during the pandemic, so there is some changing of the behavior. So Bang Jago can see the opportunity there. So great, Pak. I agreed for that one. So how to build the collaboration between the digital banking and fintech? Can you share to us some insight?
Bang Jago believes one of the key success factors to success as a digital bank is a collaboration with the ecosystem and the strategic partnership with some other financial institutions. This will create a truly strategic collaboration to the next level. As I said before, we believe fintech and bank can grow together because fintech and bank can complement each other. There are areas where fintech has limitations. For example, the ability of fintech to raise funds. Although fintech can raise funds from the individual lenders, but still they have a limit. In this context, banks have an advantage. On the other side, banks do not have the agility as fintech. So banks have, by understanding the both of weaknesses and strengths, bank and fintech can grow and develop together. Because when synergized, we can create a big impact. Most importantly, the goals of the bank and fintech should be the same. We both want to open widest possible access to finance, build a sustainable digital economy, and ultimately improve the lives of our people to a higher level. So here, Bang Jago has a collaboration also with some different types of fintechs. We do the channeling with some fintech lending. If I can name it, like the association members like Credit Pintar, like Govin, Acceleram, and some more coming soon. So we also have collaboration with investment platform and risk management, such as BB, Online Pajak, Advanced AI, Henry is here, Peruri, and others. And we are also open to collaborating with Insurtech, for example, in the future. Investment companies, all platforms which can provide a life-centric solution. So later with the secure API connection, we can provide Jago's features in partners in fintech's platform or vice versa. partners features and solution in our platform, or we can create a new feature together. So all to create a sustainable digital economy and improve the lives of our customers together.
Okay, thank you very much for sharing. I just got information that Pak Bima Laga from IDEA have an urgent matter. Thank you, Pak Bima. See you later for the next session, Pak. Ya.
Thank you all. Sorry, I have a meeting at 12 sharp. Thank you.
Okay. So back again to the Pak Sony. So the best point is the digital economy, Pak. Ya, collaboration is the key point. Thank you very much, Pak, for the sharing the insight to us. Now we come to Pak Henry Halim. Ya, selamat siang Pak Henry Halim.
Halo, selamat siang Pak Dr. Agus. Bagaimana? Kedengaran suara saya, Dok?
Clear. Thank you very much. So that's as Pak Munawar mentioned, such a credit scoring is very important and significant for the fintech industry. What is the importance of the data analysis in fintech lending, Pak? Can you share to us?
Okay. First of all, in the terms of the data analytics, basically, when we take a look on how the fintech lending is going, everything is moving very fast. So by the time that it goes very fast, everything needs to go back into the level of data centric. So every single information, every single decision made need to have a very good underlying data below to actually make a decision whether a person needs to be approved, not approved, or even we have a different offering to that person. So all of this goes back into what Pak Waman mentioned is about on the risk mitigation level, about how we want to achieve the right decision with the lowest risk possible and all the acceptable risk. So we are not going to, the data should not actually make the decision to be very conservative, and it's also not supposed to actually make it to be very very free, very something that we can control. So the level of the data analysis is super important on how we want to control the risk inside of the fintech lending, especially in the level of the data itself. At this point, like Padino mentioned in the first panel about how does the alternative data can actually give can actually help the fintech lending, can actually help on how to grab a better perspective. So in here, the data analysis plays a very big role in terms of when we go talking about alternative data, there is a perspective where alternative data is something that are substituting the traditional data. While in the reality, the traditional data and the alternative data is something that are helping each other. They are actually complementing, supplementing each other to create a better risk mitigation to the people. So at the end of the day, on how this data analysis it is in the fintech lending, I believe that the alternative data and the traditional data is something that will work together. The perspective on how to see the data itself is also going to be very important in the data analytics. To actually, at the end of the day, there are many perspectives, but the most common one is something that we call as the credit scoring.
Oh, great, Pak. So that's mean important of the data analysis is can help to reduce and to minimize the risk. So how to create the stability in Indonesia's financial sector with the multi-platform detection, credit score, fraud score, and multi-platform score, Pak? Can you share to us?
Hello?
Hello? Yeah. Can you hear me, Pak Henry?
Yeah, it was breaking up a little bit. Yeah, it's breaking up a little bit, but I get the gist of the question, Pak. So basically, in this perspective, right? For us to create a stable perspective in the finance level, we need to see in two areas. First one is how historically we can check whether this person is something that we want to include in our portfolio or not. And the second one is about how we actually predict the quality of this person. So when you mention a multi-platform detection, or maybe some kind of another negative check, maybe APU PPT, or even all those maybe slick negative check, or there are a lot of other negative check that are available in the market right now. The way we see it is, first we need to make sure that this person does not have the historically does not have any bad attitude detected. There is no some kind of red flag happens here. Okay, so I know that there are some perspective when maybe people can tolerate, they know that, oh, this person has like historically DPD, they are between 30 days to 60 days. This is something that they okay. The risk team said that okay, we can actually accept it. Now, so at the end of the day, this data support on the how the risk level that the fintech lending want to actually accept. At the end, but on the other perspective, they are more challenging is how we do the prediction. Here, the way that I see it is, the way that we see it is as on the level of 3 pillars of the financial self. First one is on the capability of that person to do a payment. Second one is on the willingness of that person to actually do the payment. And the last one is, does all the other people think that this person can do the payment? The reason why on this 3 pillars is to make sure that first we know he has the capability, like he applied for a 5 million loan, then he actually have the capability to install it for 3 times or to 5 times, and how much that this person needs to install each month. And then from that, we need to know that if he able to pay, does this person is a person that are willing to pay the loan or not? And sometimes, and at the end of the day, the multi-platform predictive level is to actually see whether this person has the capability to pay 5 million. Is it only from one institution, or is it something that he is going to go and borrow another 5 million from all the other institutions and actually blow up the ticket size that he actually that he take care on his own self? So to create this stability, the alternative data play a very strong facts in terms of how we look person not only on the current existing financial and also income, but also from all their behavior on how they actually use a platform, maybe an e-commerce platform, maybe a social media platform, on how active they are, how their phone is actually reflected into their personality, and we actually we have to be able to actually map it into how does that resulted in this score.
Yes, thank you very much. So that's meant to create the stability in Indonesian financial sectors. That the key is you make 2 points that historical. You read the historical. How is he? Who is he? And predict. So predict is very important. So to get the better result. Yeah, Pak Henry. Yeah. Wow, wonderful. Yeah. So how do you feel the interaction of the fintech in the helping Indonesians, especially those who are unbanked and deserve to get access to affordable and fair financial today?
In the way that I see it, fintech is actually the only one who are having the not having it was like have the flexibility to actually penetrate to all these unbanked. Talk about banking industry. Yeah, we go to the banking because when they want to give a loan, they want to give they want to start disbursing to these people. They need to their risk management is all about like. What is their historical with us? Can we actually find them in Slack? What is all the does this person check all the boxes we have? If he is not, then we are not going to give it to this person, especially when this person does not have the data. Same with the multi-finances, because they are also tapping into more or less the same data. At the end of the day, the perspective that they see is only the perspective for the bank population. is always going back again to the bank and to the bank. So there are people, these unbanked people who are not exactly going into the penetrated by this banking, are not exactly having a deposit account that are going to contribute into their scores, has no fighting chances to get a loan, or maybe like the fighting chances is going to be a lot longer. But by the time that fintech came, and fintech are willing to go into a lower size, a shorter tenure, and then willing to utilize all these alternative data and then see things from a different perspective, these unbanked people start to have a better chances to get a disbursement. And I believe fintech lending is one of the critical factors that are actually moving the financial inclusion. I really like when Pak Munarman was mentioning about how the fintech and BPR are going to collaborate. When BPR are having a lot of localized approach, and they have all these data that are going to be mined from the society, from the community, together with how fintech actually do their risk assessment, how fintech make an approach on the disbursement. This can help all these unbanked people. This can actually give a bigger inclusion on the population of the unbanked itself.
Okay, great. So very clear, yeah. So that's means during the digital, just like Pak Sony mentioned, that the digital economy very important. So that means today how to access to the unbanked and deserve is currently not so much problem. Okay, thank you very much, Pak Henry, for your sharing. So this point now we come to Pak Robert Rompas. Nah, this is very important nih, Pak Rompas. Welcome you, Pak Rompas. Selamat siang. Apa kabar?
Baik-baik, Pak Agus. Selamat siang. Terima kasih.
Yeah. So I heard and I see the video in China. Police can catch the criminal within 5 or 7 minutes. Using the AI. Now, this point is very important, Pak. So, the intelligence partner for biometric eKYC, Robert Rompas, is very expert. So, can you share how AI biometric matching system protect the fintech lending from fraud, Pak?
Oke, Pak Munawar, selamat siang, Pak Munawar. Selamat siang, teman-teman semua. Let me introduce our product first. We are one of the biometric company in Indonesia. We are not the one, but we are one of the most and more company and just give the services in the biometric system. But also we are already used by the Polri. They use our technology and system to make it easier when they trying to identify some of the victim on the location and some of the people who's doing the criminal. Then 2008 we are starting to build our system. And then first we are using in the Polri place, but we know that the 2018 we are starting starting to be the digital. When the Pak Jokowi is our president, said we are coming in the revolution industry 4.0. So we are looking for this opportunity to come and insight to the financial inclusion. I mean, we are built the system to support our partner to be the digital one. RI now is already also registered in OJK under the group IKNB, and also we are already have the access from the Dukcapil. So For the legal standing, I mean, we are completed for all the legal standing to serve all of you, the platform in the AFPI member of the fintech, and also for the banking member, where if they want to do the transformation to the digital one, we are now already can service and support your process. There are one of our technology is using the biometric to be the system to assist and help us to know about our customer. Then from the picture, I mean the face recognition and also the fingerprint. I mean the biometric is the not only the face. There are some of the biometric in our body. It's one of the face. Another one is the finger, and also the voice, the gesture, and anyone. But in Indonesia, I think it's a very useful if you are using the face recognition. Is why? Because the customer, most of the customers is already have the camera and the smartphone, so they can use the smartphone to get the picture, then transfer to the P2P platform, and giving the make the verification through our system in biometric matching system. So we can get the score after you give the picture. Not only the picture, but you can give also the NIK, because in our services we can also check the NIK, the name, place of birth, and also the address, and also we give the score for the simulation of the face from the digital onboarding one to the Dukcapil as data resources, data source. Okay. So we not give you the identification, we just give you the verification services. It's a true or false services. Because why? Because we are also know that we are preventing the data from our customers. So not all the information we can give, we share. We just give you true and false verification, because the system is only do the verification, not for the identification. For identification, we give to the police and also another state government and organization.
I see. So it's been only based on the data EKYC and the face recognition, like liveness detection, Pak. Yeah. So, yeah. So fintech and AI balances risk mitigation and open space for the innovation. How can the synergy between the supporters become an active collaboration to support financial inclusion through fintech, Pak? Can you share?
We are already in the industry, Pak Agus. We are most of our fintech and also the bank is become to our customer now. Based on the POJK 77, that there is the ecosystem in there. One of the part of the ecosystem is the KYC using the eKYC, because the POJK said all the thing is must be the seamless transaction. So we only the one of the part of the ecosystem, but we are so very important is because why? Because if, in the first thing we know that the borrower, or I mean the customer using the fake ID or using the anything for not original ID, we can stop the process, so we can make the efficiency for all the process. We cannot do the digital signature, we cannot need for the scoring, but we can stop the process in the earlier and using our technology.
Oh, so great, Pak. So very important. Asli RI, Pak. Asli Republik Indonesia, luar biasa namanya.
No, Pak. Rancangan Indonesia, Pak.
Rancangan Indonesia, luar biasa.
Pak. In our company, not the Republic.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Robert. Very insightful. And the last, Bu Sarli, ini very important ini, Bu Sarli. Welcome you on board ya. Selamat siang. Bu, can you, Thailand is one of the largest P2P in Indonesia, and your tagline is "Kami hadir untuk bisnismu." You come for business, so very great tagline. So, how to close the gap fintech collaboration, Bu? Overcome the obstacle to a symbiotic relationship, Bu. Can you share to us?
Sure, Pak. First of all, I would like to thank you for moderating the session. I think it's an important session, and also for AFPI for inviting me to speak at this event. And I also want to give warm regards and welcome to the other panel members that I respect very much. Pak Munawar dari OJK, Pak Bima unfortunately udah cabut dari IDEA, Pak Sony dari Pak Bang Jago, Pak Henry dari BPS, dan Pak Robert dari Aslieri. I guess if you look at the panel members itself, it's absolutely what the ecosystem of P2P representing. Maybe before I get started to talk about the symbiotic relationship of the ecosystem, let me just go back about a year and a half ago where I was not part of Taralight. I was actually part of PwC as a market observant, where I co-authored a fintech lending white paper that looks at the gap in Indonesia when it comes to access to credit. And what we found during that time is that there's a significant access gap in terms of access to credit for both individuals as well as MSME. And I think it's about greater than 70%. I think 71% for individual and 74% for MSME. And that was happening during the strong growth of Indonesian GDP, which is maybe around 5% at that time. Now, post-COVID or during COVID that we're experiencing, our GDP is probably hovering around 2%, right? I would guess that that gap is probably further accentuated during this COVID period, right? The banks are getting a bit more cautious about their lending, and at the same time, the individuals as well as the MSME are being impacted by COVID. And this is the reason why that collaboration, that symbiosis relationship between the ecosystem player is that much more important during this period. Those kind of relationship already existed, but it's that much more crucial and critical for the players to be in that collaboration relationship at the moment. And this is specifically for us to move towards innovation and transformation for the industry. So for example, I think if I were to give an example for Pak Robert from Aslieri, which we are using as well, during this period, if it weren't for mungkin Pak Robert's solution, it's going to be super difficult for us to do underwriting, right? To do KYC. But the fact that the collaboration that we've had with Aslieri has enabled us for doing work from home environment for our team to be able to onboard, new borrowers into the market, to evaluate, their identity, as Pat Robert has discussed earlier, for us to be able to say, okay, we can still lend with confidence to specific people during this period of COVID when, all the infrastructures are being challenged, right? And then the collaboration that I want to talk about also is about data, right? With regards to alternative data that Pak Henry was talking about. It's that much more important for us. And I think I would like to add also the role of OJK and AFPI in this case with the birth of Pusdafil and Fintech Data Center. Those type of data are what is that much more crucial during this period for us to be able to differentiate who to lend and how much to lend, right? Because during, I would say, economic growth, right, during 2019, we felt that we can lend to, a lot of people because everybody is, have good employment, their businesses are growing. But during COVID, this is where their agility or viability are being tested, whether it be individuals or whether it be MSME, right? So then we would very much be needing that access to the data that we talk about, the alternative data that Pak Henry is providing, the data that other peer-to-peer are reporting into Pusdafil as well as Fintech Data Center. Those data will tell us in the most recent time during this COVID period, are these borrowers that are currently applying to our platform still a viable borrower for us to lend further? Because the one thing that we don't want is to be for them to be gali lubang tutup lubang, right? So that's one of the things that we were trying to avoid. And I think Pak Munawar talk about the 4 pillars of the ecosystem. Mungkin I have a slight variation, tapi memang similar deh with the Pak Munawar's pillars of ecosystem. I would say it's the lenders, right? And then these are the banks. So Bank Jago, we very much in tune with what you're saying earlier, that we are not foe at all. Instead, we look at the banks that we have collaboration right now as being critical for us to still provide that funding to the borrowers, because the demand is still there, but we want to make sure that the supply is also available. And for us to be able to provide that supply, we need to convince the banks, the financial institution, that the data that we are looking at, the identity of the borrowers are the right risk factor for them to accept. So I think that's the reason why during this period of COVID, that innovation and transformation is critical, and we need that collaboration.
Okay, exactly. Thank you very much for the detailed information. That the ecosystem is very important, yeah, Bu Sarli, yeah. So like just the credit scoring, KYC, digital signature. How do you think how important of the digital signature, Bu Sarli? Can you share to us?
Very much so, because I think in Indonesia, obviously legality is very important. And because a lot of people are still, I would say, illiterate, right? Some people are still illiterate about what they're signing up for. I think that formality of using DigiSign or Privy or other digital electronic signature sort of get people to stop and sort of think first before they do that, finalize the application. It's like, hey, you are signing something, because obviously digitalization and fintech took away that, signing in front of a notaris or signing in front of a bank representative, right? Therefore, it is important for us to have that digital signature as a formality to get people to think, hey, you are responsible to pay back of the loan that you are asking for.
Got the point. Just now you mentioned about the ecosystems and collaboration. Can you share a little bit to us, what are the challenges for the fintech today in building good collaboration with all stakeholders, especially during a pandemic?
Sure, Pak. Mungkin the challenges that I would highlight are the following. The first one that I still want to make sure that we stay vigilant, right, is around the illegal fintech players. Illegal fintech players are still around, probably not as much as they were in 2019, right, during that math of peer-to-peer, but at the same time, they are still around. And they can provide significant trauma, maybe for the consumer, right? And at the same time, the regulators. The regulators are also hearing all these complaints and have to take action. Well, from a legal fintech player perspective, we are very much in support of the principle-based regulation, and we do not want to go into the very tight regulation because we are still in a growing state, right? So we don't want activities by the illegal fintech players to be driving. Regulation, right? So we have to be cautious and stay vigilant as a player. Another one that I think is still an issue is about the education and the literacy of the customers, right? When we talk about MSME and individuals, especially outside of the urban area, yeah. So what I mean by that, for example, in rural area, somebody can just be like, oh, can I borrow your KTP? And they can just give it away. And then next thing you know, they're being blocked because it's been used by someone else, right? So for us to be able to educate, hey, by the way, please be careful about giving your KTP to anybody, even your relatives, and asking for what purpose. And also understanding the consequences of not paying and delaying in payment. I think that those type of education is still very much needed in Indonesia.
Okay, thank you very much for sharing, Shirley. Okay, there is one question from the audience. Maybe can you help me for all speakers here? There is a question. We are seeing many tech unicorn like Gojek, Grab, Shopee acquiring banks. How would digital bank leverage ecosystem within their platform, even if they have already had P2P giving out loans in place? Or how would banks synergize with other services providers on the ecosystem? Maybe Pak Sony, can you help me for this question? Or anyone? Pak Sony, siap Pak?
Yes.
Pak Sony?
Yes, Pak.
Go ahead, Pak.
Yeah, in my opinion, Pak, running a bank is very difficult. It's not easy to running a bank. So even all the colleagues from e-commerce or other fintech would like to have a bank, they still have to follow all the very tight regulation from our central bank and from the OJK. So it is not easy. However, what we call like this is the digital itself is absolute things. We cannot change anything in the future. So I think also very good for us if the e-commerce colleague is already having a bank, because they prepare for the future. And I think that's all will happen, Pak, in the next 2 to 3 years. And this is very interesting to see the landscape of Indonesian, financial industry will be very interesting in the next 2 to 3 years.
Okay, thank you for sharing, Pak. Okay, so time is up. Actually, we should have a lot of time to share, and maybe for the next webinar. So I capture all. So the key point is how to collaborate, how to make the ecosystem, like Pak Munawar just now mentioned, the frameworks that have to have some point of the digital products and the players and the regulator and others. So this is framework of the ecosystem, and collaboration is very important. So before we finalize this panel 2, I would like to have each other to give closing statements. Start from Pak Munawar. Can you share your closing statement? The stage is yours.
Thanks, Pak Agus. I have notification, my bad connection. I am so sorry. I hope now it's clear. Okay. According to McKinsey's research, 30% of global revenue will be generated from ecosystem. P2P player must be able to optimize the ecosystem and always create new business models and new products. And we, OJK, always facilitate innovation through a principle-based approach. And as a regulator, in the fierce competition, we ask P2P platform to always comply with all regulation and be able to adapt to changing regulation. That's Pak.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Munawar. Very insightful. Pak Sony, can you share to us your closing statement?
Yeah, so this is very obvious that fintech is not full. Fintech is our friends and even our strategic partners, and we would like to have a collaboration with all fintechs, including the fintech lending, including the investment, risk management, and all type of fintechs. Also for OJK, I really hope Pak Munawar and the team can support us. So fintech and bank can have a very good collaboration, Pak. So if you can make a very good, regulatory systems between fintech and bank, that can be very helpful, Pak. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Pak Sony. Pak Harim, can you share your closing statement, Pak? Closing.
Okay. Baik. So as we can see that data analytics is one of the most underlying all the foundation that we can actually move forward on how to do the risk mitigation. But how make the data analytics will become the strong point, the one that are actually supporting all the ecosystem in the long run on how we can help and grow the whole industry, the whole fintech lending, and at the end of the day, how we can utilize not only traditional but also the alternative data. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And the last, the most beautiful statement closing from Bu Sarla, Bu, sharing, Bu.
Okay, thank you. So maybe I would like to just remind everybody that the collaboration across the ecosystem that we are doing right now is not a short-term situation, right? Long-term situation. So let's all continue to work together and looking at it from a long-term relationship perspective on how we can all contribute to increase the credibility as well as the growth of the fintech lending industry. Now, I think one of the things that I would like for us to continue to support is obviously the Pusdafil, because I think that will have a huge implication on the viability of the fintech lending industry. The other one is probably for the regulators. I think I'm grateful for the principle-based approach of OJK that has taken so far, and I think I look forward to just looking at new regulation that will balance prudence as well as economic viability for the industry players. So that's it.
Okay, thank you very much for all speaker wonderful here. I'm head of the ecosystem in AFPI. I do hope we can have next session together to hand in hand to build our industry in new future. Please don't hesitate to contact AFPI for Indonesia Luar Biasa. Thank you very much, everyone. I return to MC, Bu Lisa. The stage is yours. Thank you.
Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you to the panelists and the moderator in the second panel to today's discussions who took the time to attend in today's discussion as well. And then here are some summary that I have been highlighted. So financial inclusions index in 2019 is 76.16% and targeting to reach 90% by 2025. The P2P lending industry is expected to enter into untapped markets, remote areas, unbanked and undeserved people. Whereas access to credit is very important in promoting economic growth, national recovery, and more equitable welfare. And OJK is encouraging collaboration to explore new business by cooperating with other parties, and also digital banking and fintech and bank are completing head-to-head. Banks respond to the digital financial in many ways. And also strategic partnership to collaborate fintech and bank. Clearly, digital bank and fintech lending are friends, of course, and also the level of data analysis and biometric matching system plays a very big role. Alternative data and traditional data are helping each other to mitigate the risk. And also the biggest challenge is the low level of awareness of consumers and MSME players regarding the benefits of loans. Another challenge is the presence of unregistered and unlicensed fintech. It requires close collaborations between all stakeholders, including fintechs, regulators, and also associations, and even the media, in order to overcome all these challenges. So yes, ecosystem is very important, and this COVID-19 has taught us to collaborate, not to compete, but fighting COVID-19 in a way of raising the economy back. And also, ladies and gentlemen, I would love to greet for Mr. Renal Kasali from AFPI's Advisory Board, and also Mr. Andre Rahadian from AFPI's Ethics Committee, and also all AFPI's board who have joined the webinar. And then next, before we continue to the second to the final panel, today, and I think it would be better if we have take a break first for lunch. Okay, so we're gonna have a break first, and then while we have a lunch break, and then we're gonna show some videos. So have a good lunch, and I'll see you soon in AFPI Fintech webinar. Have a good lunch.
Mau bayar uang sekolah anak? Mau buka usaha? Tapi dana tidak cukup atau belum gajian? Tenang aja, AdaKami siap membantu Anda. AdaKami bisa membantu Anda hingga 10 juta rupiah. Proses pengajuannya gampang banget, hanya perlu nomor HP dan KTP. Aplikasinya aman dan terpercaya. Persyaratannya mudah dan bunganya rendah. Juga sudah berizin dan diawasi oleh Otoritas Jasa Keuangan. Yuk download aplikasinya di Play Store dan App Store. Di mana ada kemauan, di sana ada kami.
Banyak barang diskonan, butuh beli ini itu. Atau mendadak butuh dana, tapi uangnya nggak cukup, gimana nih? Apalagi teman dan keluarga nggak ada yang mau bantu. Rupiah cepat siap membantu masalah keuangan Anda. Rupiah Cepat merupakan layanan pinjaman online dengan limit pinjaman hingga 5 juta rupiah, jangka waktu pinjaman hingga 91 hari, apalagi bisa dicicil. Pengajuan pinjaman di Rupiah Cepat tidak butuh jaminan, tidak butuh biaya admin maupun biaya lainnya loh. Rupiah Cepat juga memiliki bunga yang terjangkau dan bersahabat. Tenang saja, Rupiah Cepat berizin OJK, terdaftar di Kominfo dan bergabung dengan AFPI. Rupiah Cepat, solusi masalah keuangan Anda.
Butuh dana cepat tapi nggak ribet? Misalnya untuk biaya pendidikan, kesehatan, atau memenuhi kebutuhan harian. Kamu bisa pinjam ke bank atau apply kartu kredit, tapi ribet dan syaratnya banyak. Terus gimana dong? Tenang, ada UangMi. UangMi merupakan aplikasi peminjaman uang tanpa jaminan yang praktis. Kamu bisa mendapatkan dana cair dalam waktu singkat hanya dengan menggunakan KTP. Prosesnya pun sangat mudah. Download aplikasi UangMi di Play Store. Buka aplikasi dan register dengan memasukkan nomor telepon. Selanjutnya, kamu akan menerima kode verifikasi melalui SMS. Lengkapi proses verifikasi dengan mengupload foto KTP dan foto dirimu. Kemudian, lengkapi data diri dan informasi lain seperti alamat rumah, pekerjaan, kontak darurat, dan hubungkan UangMi ke minimal 2 akun media sosial. Jangan lupa untuk memasukkan nomor rekeningmu. UangMi akan melakukan proses verifikasi data dalam 5 menit. Selanjutnya, kamu dapat segera melakukan peminjaman. Kamu dapat menentukan jangka waktu cicilannya sesuai kemampuanmu. Klik Apply Now, dan pinjaman kamu akan diproses langsung ke rekening kamu dalam waktu 24 jam. Semakin baik rekormu membayar cicilan, levelmu akan naik, dan nominal yang bisa kamu pinjam pun semakin tinggi. Soal keamanannya, kamu nggak perlu khawatir. UangMi merupakan lembaga resmi yang terdaftar dan diawasi oleh OJK. Dapatkan dana cairmu sekarang juga tanpa ribet. UangMi, solusi praktis untuk simpan pinjam. Download sekarang.
Mau bayar uang sekolah anak? Mau buka usaha? Tapi dana tidak cukup atau belum gajian? Tenang aja, AdaKami siap membantu Anda. AdaKami bisa membantu Anda hingga 10 juta rupiah. Proses pengajuannya gampang banget, hanya perlu nomor HP dan KTP. Aplikasinya aman dan terpercaya. Persyaratannya mudah dan bunganya rendah. Juga sudah berizin dan diawasi oleh Otoritas Jasa Keuangan. Yuk download aplikasinya di Play Store dan App Store. Di mana ada kemauan, di sana ada kami.
Butuh dana cepat tapi nggak ribet? Misalnya untuk biaya pendidikan, kesehatan, atau memenuhi kebutuhan harian. Kamu bisa pinjam ke bank atau apply kartu kredit, tapi ribet dan syaratnya banyak. Terus gimana dong? Tenang, ada UangMi. UangMi merupakan aplikasi peminjaman uang tanpa jaminan yang praktis. Kamu bisa mendapatkan dana cair dalam waktu singkat hanya dengan menggunakan KTP. Prosesnya pun sangat mudah. Download aplikasi UangMi di Play Store. Buka aplikasi dan register dengan memasukkan nomor telepon. Selanjutnya, kamu akan menerima kode verifikasi melalui SMS. Lengkapi proses verifikasi dengan mengupload foto KTP dan foto dirimu. Kemudian, lengkapi data diri dan informasi lain seperti alamat rumah, pekerjaan, kontak darurat, dan hubungkan UangMi ke minimal 2 akun media sosial. Jangan lupa untuk memasukkan nomor rekeningmu. UangMi akan melakukan proses verifikasi data dalam 5 menit. Selanjutnya, kamu dapat segera melakukan peminjaman. Kamu dapat menentukan jangka waktu cicilannya sesuai kemampuanmu. Klik Apply Now, dan pinjaman kamu akan diproses langsung ke rekening kamu dalam waktu 24 jam. Semakin baik rekormu membayar cicilan, levelmu akan naik, dan nominal yang bisa kamu pinjam pun semakin tinggi. Soal keamanannya, kamu nggak perlu khawatir. UangMi merupakan lembaga resmi yang terdaftar dan diawasi oleh OJK. Dapatkan dana cairmu sekarang juga tanpa ribet. UangMi, solusi praktis untuk simpan pinjam. Download sekarang.
Banyak barang diskonan, butuh beli ini itu. Atau mendadak butuh dana, tapi uangnya nggak cukup, gimana nih? Apalagi teman dan keluarga nggak ada yang mau bantu. Rupiah Cepat siap membantu masalah keuangan Anda. Rupiah Cepat merupakan layanan pinjaman online dengan limit pinjaman hingga 5 juta rupiah, jangka waktu pinjaman hingga 91 hari, apalagi bisa dicicil. Pengajuan pinjaman di Rupiah Cepat tidak butuh jaminan, tidak butuh biaya admin maupun biaya lainnya loh. Rupiah Cepat juga memiliki bunga yang terjangkau dan bersahabat. Tenang saja, Rupiah Cepat berizin OJK, terdaftar di Kominfo dan bergabung dengan AFPI. Rupiah Cepat, solusi masalah keuangan Anda.
Platform Fintech Pendanaan Bersama atau Peer-to-Peer Lending merupakan sebuah layanan jasa keuangan yang mempertemukan antara pemberi dana atau lender dengan penerima dana atau borrower melalui sistem elektronik yang didukung dengan jaringan internet. Platform ini merupakan layanan pinjam-meminjam uang berbasis teknologi informasi atau LPM-UBTI. Dalam menjalankan operasional usahanya, penyelenggara fintech pendanaan bersama harus terdaftar atau berizin di Otoritas Jasa Keuangan. Platform fintech pendanaan bersama merupakan sebuah lembaga jasa keuangan non-bank yang menyasar masyarakat yang belum atau tidak terlayani oleh layanan perbankan. Platform fintech pendanaan bersama tidak melakukan aktivitas investasi dalam kegiatan usahanya. Sebagai pendukung, platform fintech pendanaan bersama memiliki ekosistem, antara lain KYC, digital signature, credit scoring, dan asuransi. Asosiasi Fintech Pendanaan Bersama Indonesia berperan sebagai wadah bagi para platform fintech pendanaan bersama yang ditunjuk secara resmi oleh Otoritas Jasa Keuangan. Dengan membangun pusat data teknologi finansial atau fintech data center yang memiliki code of conduct atau pedoman perilaku yang mengikat kepada setiap anggotanya. Melalui 3 indikator utama inklusi keuangan, akses, pemakaian, dan kualitas. Dengan misi utama mendorong akses pendanaan untuk inklusi melalui jasa keuangan digital.
bayar uang sekolah anak? Mau buka usaha? Tapi dana tidak cukup atau belum gajian? Tenang aja, AdaKami siap membantu Anda. AdaKami bisa membantu Anda hingga 10 juta rupiah. Proses pengajuannya gampang banget, hanya perlu nomor HP dan KTP. Aplikasinya aman dan terpercaya. Persyaratannya mudah dan bunganya rendah. Juga sudah berizin dan diawasi oleh Otoritas Jasa Keuangan. Yuk download aplikasinya di Play Store dan App Store. Di mana ada kemauan, di sana ada kami.
Butuh dana cepat tapi nggak ribet? Misalnya untuk biaya pendidikan, kesehatan, atau memenuhi kebutuhan harian. Kamu bisa pinjam ke bank atau apply kartu kredit, tapi ribet dan syaratnya banyak. Terus gimana dong? Tenang, ada UangMi. UangMi merupakan aplikasi peminjaman uang tanpa jaminan yang praktis. Kamu bisa mendapatkan dana cair dalam waktu singkat hanya dengan menggunakan KTP. Prosesnya pun sangat mudah. Download aplikasi UangMi di Play Store. Buka aplikasi dan register dengan memasukkan nomor telepon. Selanjutnya, kamu akan menerima kode verifikasi melalui SMS. Lengkapi proses verifikasi dengan mengupload foto KTP dan foto dirimu. Kemudian, lengkapi data diri dan informasi lain seperti alamat rumah, pekerjaan, kontak darurat, dan hubungkan UangMi ke minimal 2 akun media sosial. Jangan lupa untuk memasukkan nomor rekeningmu. UangMi akan melakukan proses verifikasi data dalam 5 menit. Selanjutnya, kamu dapat segera melakukan peminjaman. Kamu dapat menentukan jangka waktu cicilannya sesuai kemampuanmu. Klik Apply Now, dan pinjaman kamu akan diproses langsung ke rekening kamu dalam waktu 24 jam. Semakin baik rekormu membayar cicilan, levelmu akan naik, dan nominal yang bisa kamu pinjam pun semakin tinggi. Soal keamanannya, kamu nggak perlu khawatir. UangMi merupakan lembaga resmi yang terdaftar dan diawasi oleh OJK. Dapatkan dana cairmu sekarang juga tanpa ribet. UangMi, solusi praktis untuk simpan pinjam. Download sekarang.
Banyak barang diskonan, butuh beli ini itu. Atau mendadak butuh dana, tapi uangnya nggak cukup, gimana nih? Apalagi teman dan keluarga nggak ada yang mau bantu. Rupiah Cepat siap membantu masalah keuangan Anda. Rupiah Cepat merupakan layanan pinjaman online dengan limit pinjaman hingga 5 juta rupiah, jangka waktu pinjaman hingga 91 hari, apalagi bisa dicicil. Pengajuan pinjaman di Rupiah Cepat tidak butuh jaminan, tidak butuh biaya admin maupun biaya lainnya loh. Rupiah Cepat juga memiliki bunga yang terjangkau dan bersahabat. Tenang saja, Rupiah Cepat berizin OJK, terdaftar di Kominfo dan bergabung dengan AFPI. Rupiah Cepat, solusi masalah keuangan Anda.
Platform Fintech Pendanaan Bersama atau Peer-to-Peer Lending merupakan sebuah layanan jasa keuangan yang mempertemukan antara pemberi dana atau lender dengan penerima dana atau borrower melalui sistem elektronik yang didukung dengan jaringan internet. Platform ini merupakan layanan pinjam-meminjam uang berbasis teknologi informasi atau LPM-UBTI. Dalam menjalankan operasional usahanya, penyelenggara fintech pendanaan bersama harus terdaftar atau berizin di Otoritas Jasa Keuangan. Platform fintech pendanaan bersama merupakan sebuah lembaga jasa keuangan non-bank yang menyasar masyarakat yang belum atau tidak terlayani oleh layanan perbankan. Platform fintech pendanaan bersama tidak melakukan aktivitas investasi dalam kegiatan usahanya. Sebagai pendukung, platform fintech pendanaan bersama memiliki ekosistem, antara lain KYC, digital signature, credit scoring, dan asuransi. Asosiasi Fintech Pendanaan Bersama Indonesia berperan sebagai wadah bagi para platform fintech pendanaan bersama yang ditunjuk secara resmi oleh Otoritas Jasa Keuangan. Dengan membangun pusat data teknologi finansial atau fintech data center yang memiliki code of conduct atau pedoman perilaku yang mengikat kepada setiap anggotanya. Melalui 3 indikator utama inklusi keuangan, akses, pemakaian, dan kualitas. Dengan misi utama mendorong akses pendanaan untuk inklusi melalui jasa keuangan digital.
Mau bayar uang sekolah anak? Mau buka usaha? Tapi dana tidak cukup atau belum gajian? Tenang aja, AdaKami siap membantu Anda. AdaKami bisa membantu Anda hingga 10 juta rupiah. Proses pengajuannya gampang banget, hanya perlu nomor HP dan KTP. Aplikasinya aman dan terpercaya. Persyaratannya mudah. Dan bunganya rendah. Juga sudah berizin dan diawasi oleh Otoritas Jasa Keuangan. Yuk download aplikasinya di Play Store dan App Store. Di mana ada kemauan, di sana ada kami.
Banyak barang diskonan, butuh beli ini itu. Atau mendadak butuh dana, tapi uangnya nggak cukup, gimana nih? Apalagi teman dan keluarga nggak ada yang mau bantu. Rupiah Cepat siap membantu masalah keuangan Anda. Rupiah Cepat merupakan layanan pinjaman online dengan limit pinjaman hingga 5 juta rupiah, jangka waktu pinjaman hingga 91 hari, apalagi bisa dicicil. Pengajuan pinjaman di Rupiah Cepat tidak butuh jaminan, tidak butuh biaya admin maupun biaya lainnya loh. Rupiah Cepat juga memiliki bunga yang terjangkau dan bersahabat. Tenang saja, Rupiah Cepat berizin OJK, terdaftar di Kominfo dan bergabung dengan AFPI. Rupiah Cepat, solusi masalah keuangan Anda.
Butuh dana cepat tapi nggak ribet? Misalnya untuk biaya pendidikan, kesehatan, atau memenuhi kebutuhan harian. Kamu bisa pinjam ke bank atau apply kartu kredit, tapi ribet dan syaratnya banyak. Terus gimana dong? Tenang, ada UangMi. UangMi merupakan aplikasi peminjaman uang tanpa jaminan yang praktis. Kamu bisa mendapatkan dana cair dalam waktu singkat hanya dengan menggunakan KTP. Prosesnya pun sangat mudah. Download aplikasi UangMi di Play Store. Buka aplikasi dan register dengan memasukkan nomor telepon. Selanjutnya, kamu akan menerima kode verifikasi melalui SMS. Lengkapi proses verifikasi dengan mengupload foto KTP dan foto dirimu. Kemudian, lengkapi data diri dan informasi lain seperti alamat rumah, pekerjaan, kontak darurat, dan hubungkan UangMi ke minimal 2 akun media sosial. Jangan lupa untuk memasukkan nomor rekeningmu. UangMi akan melakukan proses verifikasi data dalam 5 menit. Selanjutnya, kamu dapat segera melakukan peminjaman. Kamu dapat menentukan jangka waktu cicilannya sesuai kemampuanmu. Klik Apply Now, dan pinjaman kamu akan diproses langsung ke rekening kamu dalam waktu 24 jam. Semakin baik rekormu membayar cicilan, levelmu akan naik, dan nominal yang bisa kamu pinjam pun semakin tinggi. Soal keamanannya, kamu nggak perlu khawatir. UangMi merupakan lembaga resmi yang terdaftar dan diawasi oleh OJK. Dapatkan dana cairmu sekarang juga tanpa ribet. UangMi, solusi praktis untuk simpan pinjam. Download sekarang.
Okay, so hello everyone. Welcome back to AFPI Fintech webinar. Of course, with me, Lisa Anissa, as your MC for today. So, how was your lunch? Was it good? And then I'm sure that your food is nutritious and also good enough to boost up our energy to actually follow this webinar until the end of the event. But before that, I would love to greet for the all CEOs and also directors, management team members of AFPIs who are still joining the webinar, and also for the audiences, the participants who are still waiting patiently until the last sessions. But don't worry, I have a good news for you guys that you can actually join our quiz at the end of the sessions and win one MyBook Pro. And then we have a lot of prizes as well. So make sure that you are still in this webinar until the end of the event. So who are excited to actually continue to our final panel actually? And then we will talk about the investment climate. And this topic is certainly must be very interesting for millennials who are already aware of the importance of investing, as I see that so many young people even started from senior high school students who are already know how to invest in stock and also like using their money or parents' money. Yeah, so this is such a big phenomenon in this era, because I'm also now well, I can't say that I'm young anymore, but like we have to actually raise our awareness in investing our money and stuff like that. So this topic will be delivered by trusted practitioner. And then we have actually 4 speakers now. And then I would love to read the CV first. So the first speaker, that will be Mr. Andi Taufan Garuda Putra, as a head of public relations, AFPI, and also CEO of Amarta. And then he has studied in 2007 in Institut Teknologi Bandung, Fakultas Bisnis, and also in 2013 in Frankfurt School of Finance and Management Mastercard Foundation Scholar, and also in 2016 in Harvard University, John F. Kennedy School of Government. And then he has worked in 2010 in as an owner, Never Been Better Restaurants, and then also in 2007 as a consultant in IBM, and also 2009 as a founder and CEO at Amarta Microfinance, and also in 2016 as a founder and CEO Amarta. And also we have the next speaker, Mr. Edi Danu Saputro, as CEO of Mandiri Capital Indonesia. And then he has studied at University of Indonesia and also studied at Duke University, and the last one in the University of Gajah Mada. He has worked 20 years working in various sectors such as Morgan Stanley, AXA, Makarta Capital, Management Consulting, and also Consumer Goods. And also now as the Chief Executive Officer of Mandiri Capital Indonesia, a subsidiary of PT Bank Mandiri Persero Tbk, which is engaged in venture capital with the mandate to invest in startups. And then we have also the next speaker, Mr. Sho Ikeda, as a director of Indonesia Office Representative Global Brain. And then he has studied in 2001 until 2005 at Hito Supashi University. And also he has worked, so Sho built his career in corporate finance and consulting at Mizuho Bank and Deloitte Tohmatsu Consulting. So, and also he supported his clients' new business development and current operation improvement from the viewpoint of finance and also strategy in Japan and Southeast Asia, especially in Indonesia. He holds a US CPA license in Washington State. So, and the next one we have Mr. Dr. Guming, as a Chief Data Officer of Finvolution. And then, so he has studied since 1999 to 2003 in Grinnell College, and also in 2003 until 2009 at California Institute of Technology, and 2018 until now in China Europe International Business School. Okay, so he has worked in 2010 until 2014 at Opera Solutions Analytics Manager, provided modeling and analytical solution for commercial banks, investment banks, and hedge funds. And then in 2014 until now, he works at Finvolutions as a head of international divisions, and 2018 until now also as a chief data officer, and also in 2017 until now as a risk manager, director, VP, chief risk officer, and yeah, and that's all. And then the last one, as our moderator, we have Mr. Adil Zulkifli. Okay, so he has studied in 2010 in National University of Singapore, majoring Faculty of Law. And then he has worked in 2014 as a Vice President Growth Wealthvest.net, and 2014 as a CEO and co-founder uangteman.com. And in 2020 as a Deputy Head of Institutional and International Relations, AFPI, and also CEO Uang Teman. So, ladies and gentlemen, I know that we are so excited to see the final panel in this today's webinar. So I will give Mr. Adil Zulkifli for the time. So the time is yours, Mr.
Thank you, Mbak Lisa. Nice to meet all of you. I'm joined by an esteemed panel today, Ike Dasan, Dr. Guming, Mr. Andi Taufan, and Pak Edi. I think all of us sort of know each other already, and today we are friends coming together on a panel to discuss, I think, one of the more interesting topics given the COVID-19 situation, as to whether, how is the investing climate like for the past 12 months from a perspective of an investor and also perspective of a startup that is raising money, right? And I think it's very interesting because despite the COVID-19 situation, obviously people think that, investments slow down and people just start playing the stock market, but actually data from the Venture Capital Association of Indonesia, Amvesdipindo, data shows that 52 startups in Indonesia have raised almost $2 billion of capital as of September 2020. So I think that shows that the appetite for venture investing in Indonesia is still quite high despite the situation. But today, I think perhaps what we would really want to go into is basically the perspectives of investors and the practicalities of investing in a world where travel is very limited and the risks are higher. And obviously, most startups are facing a cash crunch or a liquidity crunch as of the last 12 months. So I think perhaps let's get started a little. Okay, perhaps let's start with Mr. Guming. As the Chief Data Officer of Finvolution, right? You guys have basically invested quite a bit in Indonesia via one of your companies called AdaKami. As a direct investor in a company like that, right? So, perhaps we can start off with, hearing what are your views on how this pandemic last 12 months have affected your plans for further direct investment in Indonesia.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here. And I'm the Chief Data Officer of Finvolution. We're a fintech firm here in China. And we've, throughout maybe the past 2-3 years, we've been investing in the Southeast Asia countries. And by far our biggest investment is in the Indonesian market. We invested, one of the main one of our investment is in AdaKami, which is a P2P platform. We decided about like 3 years ago that Southeast Asia is really it has the right demographic, the sheer market size, the political environment, and technology advancement, and all that. That's all very unique in terms of what you can find in the entire world. I mean, compared to other countries in Southeast Asia, like Philippines, Vietnam, Indonesia, you can't argue with its market size. And more importantly, we believe that the readiness of Indonesia in, first of all, the infrastructure, consumer education, and also it has a very mature e-wallet and e-commerce ecosystem compared to most other countries in this region. And on top of that, I think OJK and AFPI plays a big factor. I mean, it's the regulation here is actually very, compared to other countries, it's quite open, and you see clarity. That actually suits well with our general agenda for overseas investment. But unfortunately, it's a big black swan event, which was the COVID-19. I mean, there's definitely effects from that. I mean, a few case points I like to outline. I mean, probably some other speakers already mentioned it. Is first of all, I think everybody staying at home will make the digital transformation faster, and people will be more accustomed to living a digital lifestyle, and this will definitely help the industry, especially the fintech industry. Additionally, we think that, and this is actually happening, a lot of existing players, especially those with a big portfolio, will see credit loss. And I think that has already happened, definitely, at least in the earlier part, the first half of 2020. So the top players' growth should be somewhat contained a little bit, I think, compared to what people would have hoped for before the pandemic happened. And on top of that, there are a lot of, before the pandemic happened, there are actually a lot of smaller platforms that are actually coming in for short-term, quick money type of investment. And most of them are gone by now because of the COVID, because most of them cannot drag on and then last for this long, waiting out the pandemic to be over, because they're looking for the quick benefit. So I think all in all, players with large capital backing, that's looking at the longer run, and with a strong risk management and credit underwriting capabilities will survive and actually do better, because a lot of the competition is actually wiped out in this environment. And this is, we believe this is indeed happening. That's why we're especially strong on the Indonesian market, and I mean, regardless of the COVID or not. And all in all, I think this is really just a speed bump in the whole process, and nothing really has changed, just a little bit delayed. That's our perspective on this.
So long story short, I hear you correctly, right? You're doubling down on your money in Indonesia.
Yeah, yes.
Okay, good. So, but in these times where we are all facing crisis or problems as a company, or how have you guided basically AdaKami through these processes? Like what kind of steps or processes that you have implemented the last 12 months for AdaKami in order to be able to survive and in fact grow during this period? Yeah,
I mean, obviously the pandemic hit us quite abruptly. I mean, when China was I mean, if everyone remembers, in late January and February, China was a mess. While there was 0 cases in Indonesia for a long time. And around like sometime in March, it hit Indonesia, and things developed very quickly. And obviously, we saw a very, very abrupt and obvious spike in NPL that affects the bottom line a lot. And I mean, I think most companies, including AdaKami, will have to endure some kind of a write-off due to credit risk caused by the pandemic. And throughout most part of the first half of 2020, business was, you can't really say it's stopped, but I'll say it's on pause. There's very few loans were underwritten during that period, and I think we started to see things getting better, picking up in May and June, and by the end of the year, I think things are really good, and I think it'll be. Of course, things are bad to a lot of people's life. The economy is damaged. The GDP growth turned from a definite positive to a likely negative. And I mean, but we believe this is nothing compared to the Asian financial crisis that happened in 1997. It's not a nuclear winter scenario. So I mean, I think the warming up the global economy as well, the vaccines being deployed throughout this year will help things a lot. I mean, we were pretty confident that the worst has already passed us.
Okay, good. Thank you so much, Guming, for your views on this. Perhaps Ikeda-san is actually one of my investors in Wang Teman, and I'm happy to have him on board on the panel too. Ikeda-san, because of the pandemic, unfortunately has to be in Japan. Otherwise, he's supposed to be based in Indonesia. So perhaps Ikeda-san, let's start off with your views on what's your perspective of an international investor like Global Brains investing in a foreign country like Indonesia during the COVID-19 situation, right? More specifically, how has this affected your deal flow and ability to execute on potential deals?
Yeah, okay, thanks, Adrian-san. So yeah, I'm now in Japan, but maybe next month or next month, I will go back to Jakarta. So yeah, and yeah, as Adrian-san told, we are investing in Japan, US, Europe, South Korea, and Southeast Asia. So Indonesia is still one of the most important areas for us. And so basically, before COVID-19, as you know, there was a surplus of money in many countries, including Japan. And there is a big trend that everyone wants to have collaboration with startups to promote their innovation. So the investment on startups were increasing dramatically, including in Indonesia. So we have COVID-19 now, but the big trend has not changed for us. So in some respects, perhaps it was accelerated by COVID-19. So in the perspective of international investment, I think that many foreign investors had tightened their risk tolerance temporarily last year, including us. So since it was difficult to forecast the future and they needed to prioritize their existing portfolio in their home country. However, in the mid or long term, there is no trend to stop the investment in startups. So yeah, and actually when I talk with many Japanese or other foreign investors or enterprises, most of them are very positive in the long term. So and some investors actually think now is a good time for foreign investments because some other investors are very conservative about COVID-19. So and regarding the deal flow, actually there are not so many change. There's a demand for fundraising, as you know. So we can continue to have introduction from our friend investors. So I think there are not so big change. But however, certainly, if we don't know the startup so much, sometimes it's a little difficult to join the rescue fundraising round.
I see. So just a follow-up question on what you just mentioned, right? I think as a VC investor, you have your LPs basically to take care of, and also you do fundraising for your funds, etc. Right? So from the other side of the table, was it difficult for you? Are you raising funds for your fund? And has it been difficult during this period for you as an investor raising funds for Global Brains from new LPs?
Okay, so yes, actually, we need to fundraise from our LPs, as you told me. And actually, many Japanese big VC fundraised before COVID-19. So actually, there are not so big problem. But yes, if we need to fundraise now, it's a little bit more difficult than usual. So if this COVID-19 situation continue 1 or 2 years, it's a little bit difficult time for us. And it means that we it's difficult for us to invest in foreign countries.
Which means it's going to be difficult times for startups too if they're not able to raise from VCs, right? So it's going to be difficult time for everybody.
Yes, but I believe that, yeah, as you know, we already started vaccination.
Okay.
So yeah, I believe this situation will not continue long term.
All right. So final question, what words of advice do you have for your portfolio companies in Indonesia or internationally in order to survive this COVID-19 situation?
Yeah, I think that that is same for all countries. But I think three advice basically, and the first is cash. Certainly, is in this unstable situation, cash is king.
Yeah.
So we need to have a risk scenario and keep required money. And second is product-wise. It's obvious that business environment changed totally, but the impact of COVID-19 is different for each industry. So we need to adapt ourselves to new environment. And the last one is, I think, communication. So in terms of management, I believe that the amount of communication should be doubled because this time we need to work remotely. So the communication is more difficult than usual. And I also think that management need to talk about the brilliant future consciously, because this time the startup need to get other people involved to their dream more strongly than usual. Yeah, that's my advice.
Okay, very last question, I promise. So in terms of percentage, right? How many percent are you reinvesting in your portfolio, follow-on investment, versus how many percent in new investment?
It means globally?
Globally.
Actually, last year, maybe 50-50.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, we need very big investment for existing portfolio companies. But actually, this year, we already invested in new startups. Yeah, we have many investment in new startups.
Great. Thank you, Ikeda-san. I really appreciate your perspective from an international investor. Now we segue to the famous Pak Eddie from Mandiri Capital. I know Pak Eddie since 2015, 2016 when Wang Teman first started, and Mandiri Capital is going strong now. I think perhaps it would be good to have a perspective from a domestic investor investing quite heavily in the domestic market in Indonesia. Perhaps, Pak Eddie, if I can start and ask you, how has MCI's strategies and investment thesis changed during this COVID-19 pandemic? And how do you see as a domestic VC, as a state-owned VC, how do you still see the prospects of fintech lending in these times? Put in other words, let's say if a new fintech lender comes to you today and say, hey, I want to raise money from Mandiri Capital, I've got this shiny new product, shiny new investment business model, right? How would you go about evaluating it?
Okay. Thank you, Ideal. Thanks for inviting me on this panel. It's an interesting question, yeah. I think just mirroring also on Ikeda-san's comments on the global investing perspective, maybe just share a little bit about ourselves. We are a corporate VC, and this is not to differentiate too much versus our friends who are commercial VCs, but commercial VCs are generally driven more by returns because they manage investors or LPs' monies. For corporate VCs, because we are part of a large corporate, i.e. conglomerate, we mostly manage funds from our parent company. So our investment thesis would be primarily to help our parent company and subsidiaries, to basically help the group. In addition, because we are state-owned enterprise, we also have to have a view, a broader horizon on helping Indonesia. So the sectors that help Indonesia as an economy. We've made 15 investments in the past 5 years. We're not going to be as busy as the commercial VCs, but so we're relatively, I guess, more selective. I agree that last year, 2020, was a down year in terms of investments, not only new, but also follow-on funding to existing investees. Why? Because, yeah, we just wanted to take a more cautious approach. And also because, to Ikeda-san's point, there were not that many fundraising, because the startups, if they can avoid it, they didn't raise last year. And I don't blame them, because if they raised last year or early this year, it's going to be based on recent traction, and most likely that traction will gone down, which means there is a potential of a down round. The valuation may be reduced because of reduced traction. So the startups that in our portfolio, and also the ones that we met last year, they try to avoid fundraising unless there was a really an urgent need. So what they did is they extended their runway. The runway that normally would be enough for 8 months, they try to stretch it to become 18 months, for example. And they did a lot of cost efficiency, which is reducing OPEX, reducing salaries, maybe laying off some people. And it's tough, but you have to do that because you have to extend your runway. So we saw a lot of that last year. Hopefully this year, it'll pick up, and it'll pick up, in my view, it'll pick up when the vaccine starts to be distributed evenly. So business will come. If a startup had to force a fundraise last year or early this year, it would be very tough because they only had to rely on domestic investors. The foreign investors like Global Brain, it'll be very difficult for them to get on a plane to Indonesia and conduct proper due diligence, because they're still also concerned about the pandemic, right? So foreign VCs, because of the pandemic, they couldn't do proper due diligence. So it was mostly local VCs that did investments last year. And I think this year the trend hopefully will continue. The local investors will still have a strong appetite, and hopefully the foreign investors will start coming in. So that's on an overall macro side. On the more sectoral basis, we're still bullish on fintech lending. Yes, admittedly, 2020 was a down year based on the top metrics such as loan disbursement and maybe growth of new borrowers and such. But 2021 should be a rebound year, and we're still continuously bullish on the fintech lending.
Thank you. Just to pick up your point about domestic investors and foreign investors, do you see yourself the last 12 months, up to early this year, having to lead rounds so that would give confidence to foreign investors who wants to invest in deals in Indonesia?
Right. So it's a good question. We generally prefer to get in the first time at Series A. Okay. And when we do invest for the first time at Series A, we almost always lead the round. Okay. We almost always lead the round at Series A. Why? Because we want to dictate the terms. We want to get a good percentage in the beginning, and we want to ensure that there's collaboration or synergy with Bank Mandiri Group. Okay. But when it comes to Series B and Series C, the subsequent follow-on funding rounds, generally we don't lead because then we expect the startup to be able to get new investors and they will lead the round. We oftentimes we participate in follow-on funding, but we don't lead anymore.
I see. Got it. So Pak Edi, also you being part of a government-linked setup, right? And as you know, the last 12 months, the government has issued regulations to the banking sector, to the financial sector regarding restructuring of loans, relaxing of credit payments for the banks and leasing and whatnot. I mean, data from AFPI, for example, last year, April, shows that 50% of all platforms, they have received basically requests for restructuring, right? In your view as an investor, would that affect your appetite in investing in Indonesian fintech, given that there may be an impact on cash flow for startups in Indonesia? How would you assess that kind of situation where the government says to the borrowers, hey, hang on, you can relax your payments to these companies fintechs have some discretion, not some discretion, lenders to fintechs have some discretion on whether to allow repayments or to relax repayments. How would you approach this question?
It's a good question, and I think it's a good topic for us to analyze as investors, and primarily for us as a government-linked or state-owned investor, because like it or not, we do follow the government direction. So if the government for the past year and coming year will be focusing on, for example, micro and SMEs, and in particular farmers, agri, then we will follow. Because not only because we are asked to do so, less so because of that reason, but more because we see the potential pickup that's going to happen. Maybe not immediately because there's lag time, but if the government is putting their effort into certain sectors, I think as investors, we should be very cognizant of that and try to ride the wave. Having said that, you still have to do proper due diligence. For example, I think we all know that last year imports were affected. A lot of countries were reducing exports because they wanted to maintain their to control their economy internally. For example, the food, the staple goods sector. Indonesia as a country, even though we're an agriculture country, we're not self-sufficient. We even have to import rice, right? Which is a shame, but that is the reality. Now, the government has said that, okay, we have to improve our self-sufficiency by helping farmers. And that's help is not only in terms of course, financing, but in terms of the market, the offtake, helping them assistance in terms of technical assistance and so forth. So the government is focused on that, and we as an investor will follow that. And I think that's one of our themes for this year is recovery. So recovery of the Indonesian economy, and we'll try to follow that.
Hi, sorry, I got cut off a bit. Sorry about that. Pak Eddie, you there?
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you.
Pak Eddie, you there?
Yes, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, good. Good. Thank you for your feedback. I really appreciate your thoughts on this. I think lastly, let's move on to Pak Andi Taufan, who's my friend and also a fellow pengurus in AFPI. Pak Andi, how are you? I would like to congratulate you on your recent successful fundraise of $50 million. If none of you have heard about it, Amarta has recently successfully raised $50 million from Lendable. Perhaps let's start with that first. Why don't you share with us your success story?
Thank you, Ideal. Yeah, so the Lendable round, so it's a debt facility round, and we are, for us in Amarta, we are humbled to be given this trust and support from our new partner to channel capital for the for our segment, for the underserved segments in Indonesia, micro entrepreneurs in rural areas. So these partnerships also marks our milestones to align with the global agenda of 2X Challenge Fund. So it's a global initiative, invest in women, lending in women, and we Amarta and Lendable, we are very much aligned with in terms of our commitment with the facility that we receive, how we can support the unbanked, underbanked, especially during this tough years, how we can help these micros entrepreneurs to gradually rebound and build their business stronger to go through these times. And we just a bit background with this transactions that we recently received. So we started the discussions with them actually around mid of 2020. So
So in the middle of the pandemic, you started the discussion.
Yeah, it's in the middle of pandemic.
Wow.
I think both of us have aligned interests and objective to they are bullish with Indonesian market. We show our tractions in the underserved segments and our loan portfolio quality. We try to be prudent and transparent with our data. They see that our recent qualities significantly hit because of the pandemic, but before the pandemic we showed a stronger portfolio quality, and I think that both combinations of transparency and portfolio quality that makes them continues to continue their interest with Amarta and finally we can get the fund debt facility from them. And I think in the macro sides as well, this should be able to give a more positive view for SME in Indonesia, micro small businesses in Indonesia, to that we can considerably say that our SMEs have a strong and resilience positions during this pandemic, and even further we can take the advantage of the pandemic's momentum to grow even bigger. I think that's the message that we can see from this foreign debt that would like to deploy significant amount of capital to Indonesian market. Yeah.
I've got a question for you for your lendable deal. Okay, given that this was transacted during this pandemic period, you don't have to reveal the terms and conditions of the deal, but do you see an influence of the pandemic on the terms and conditions that you receive from lendable? For example, were they tighter in terms of loan monitoring? Were they do they charge you a higher interest rate, or so that sort of stuff? Do you see an influence on the transaction?
Yes, definitely. I think it's much tighter compared to our terms that we received before the pandemic, and because they from their side also during our negotiations, due diligence process, everything is what we discuss is all about. This is not an easy time for us to do due diligence, to deploy this capital. So and from our side, Amarta itself, we fully understood their concerns, and we have a win-win solutions for both of us. Yeah.
Okay. So let's assume the lendable deal did not happen. Okay, what would have been your strategy without the $15 million debt facility for Amarta? It's a challenging question. I know, tricky question, but we're great to see your views on that.
Yeah, we have Pak Edi here also.
Oh, dilempar ke Pak Edi.
When we talk about our performance last year's definitely tough years for us. We need to tighten our belt to go through hard times, and if we didn't receive the debt financing, I think we're still okay. We're still able to manage our performance throughout this year's 2021. But with this new power that we receive, I think give us more confidence, not only to recover in this year, but also hopefully we can accelerating our growth, grow stronger this year. And early this year, we try to be conservative with our growth, and then because the vaccines are still not implemented yet, but then in the last few weeks we see the macro of the vaccines already distributed, and that's also give us more confidence in terms of managing our portfolio quality and try to be more we're more confident to deploy more fund to help our borrowers, micro small business to recover through this pandemic and build stronger business.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Andy. I appreciate your words of confidence. Gives me a bit of confidence as a player myself. Hopefully I can do a $50 million round in the next few months like you. So we'll see. So I think now we move to the segment of Q&A. If any of your, of the attendees in this panel have any questions for our esteemed panelists, please feel free to use the Q&A box here to ask them any questions, and I will pick a couple given that we are quite short on time right now. So perhaps maybe I will start off the first question, right? For this Q&A section. Ikeda-san, would you be coming back to Indonesia anytime soon to close any new deals in Indonesian fintech? You don't have to tell us the names of the pipeline, but is there anything coming up for you?
Actually, now I'm closing some deals for some Indonesian startups, but sorry, unfortunately, it's not fintech companies.
Okay. But, all right. Thank you. I've got a question here for Pak Eddie. Pak Eddie, there's a panelist who would like to know, in the next 12 months, right? What is your projected amount of funds you will be deploying into Indonesian startups, especially fintech?
Okay. We've allocated some funds for this year's investments, and it's for both new investments and follow-on funding. It's 100 billion, more than 100 billion. Unfortunately, that's rupiah, not US dollar. But it is a start. It is a start. So why? Because we have to be a little bit more selective. So we in terms of our forecast, because I'm not going to say it's a target. In terms of our forecast, we may participate in about 3 follow-on fundings and about 3 to 4 new investments. Still prefer Series A for new investments, but we will be open to more later stages. We still prefer not to invest in pre-Series A because I think the traction is still a little bit up and down. So that's in terms of our appetite. We're still looking to invest.
There's a follow-up question for you, Pak Eddie, from another attendee. What is the one big factor for you so that you would take a meeting with them, for them to pitch to you? Just one.
Well, if they play basketball, then that's a start. It's something that no, but more seriously. No, I think whoever we meet in whatever sector, because we're predominantly fintech, but we're also outside of fintech. Our general theme is SMEs, micro SMEs. Anything that can help a micro SME, we would like that. So now, because of the pandemic, since Aidil brought it up, I think when we meet a Series A or Series B, now it's not only about traction. Now, one of the first things I ask is path to profitability. So more and more, we drill down on path to profitability. So gone are the days when a startup are, Series A, they're going to do a Series A, B, C, D, E, and then IPO. And even at IPO, they're still not profitable, right? So I think those days are gone because the pandemic has shown us that the money can stop like that. right? The investment can stop for various reasons, for non-economic reasons, right? So for health and for travel and for whatever reasons, right? So one of the real drill down questions we ask is, can you be profitable? And that's not an easy answer. That's not an easy question to answer, because some businesses are not structured to be profitable. They're just not, and they just don't know it maybe. Right? They say, "Oh, we'll become profitable in Series B, Series." No, but if you drill down and they're not going to be, then that's a question. That's an issue. So one, can they be profitable, and two is when. So that's a question that more and more we ask potential investees.
Okay. And last question before we wrap it up. Now you're talking about the issue of profitability. Pak Andi, are you going to be profitable soon to appease your investors like Pak Edi?
No, because of this pandemic, our business directions definitely shift. We are more conservative with our cash and try to be see the business more sustainably. And yeah, definitely building a profitable, sustainable business. Is our key strategies lah, especially for this year. And with that strong fundamentals, then we can see further if we want to penetrate the new business, new segments. Yeah, I think that's the way we see Amarta in the next coming year, coming month. Yeah.
Great. Okay, since we are with you and we're going to wrap this up, Pak Andi, maybe you want to share your final thoughts on, from Amarta's perspective on how you guys going to wrap up this, persevere this year, survive this year, grow this year, and survive the pandemic, right? Perhaps a 1 minute final closing statement from you would be good.
Okay, yeah. Thank you, Ideal, for inviting me to join these sessions. Definitely, 2020 is a tough years for all of us, for Indonesia itself, and we as startups, we need to tighten our belts to go through that period. And we see that this year we see a light at the end of the tunnels. We see the macroeconomy starting to recover, and our segment itself, micro businesses also, they are quite strong and resilient. Try to adapt, try to survive, and adjusting with the new normal in Indonesia. And these two combinations for us in Amarta give us not only hopes, but I think it's our responsibility not only to focus on our business being sustainable, but playing part to help the micro businesses in Indonesia, SMEs, to recover, to rebound, and build their business stronger. And not only in terms of the financial access, but I think it's become much more critical for the micro businesses to go to digital. And I think we are in Amarta. We are very much excited to help transform the micro segments to go to cashless and drive more digital inclusions in Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Andi. Thank you for your statement. Perhaps Mr. Guming, would you like to share your final words with us?
Sure. I mean, I just mentioned earlier, we're still strong on Indonesia, and nothing really has changed, just a little bit slowed down because of the pandemic. And I think it's getting, we're sort of at the inflection point, we think, because thanks to the COVID, a lot of big pros are actually going through some kind of a consolidation period. You will see a lot of big guns coming in, and each one of them have very deep conviction in fintech. And each one of us is going to build a very strong finance arm So I think 2021, 2022, these 2 years will be critical for any company. You know, it's you can fly or you're dying. So I think it's a very interesting period for all of us.
Perhaps Ikeda-san, from you, please.
Yeah, okay. Same as Gumi-san, the Indonesia is very important for us still. So, and I believe we can utilize our knowledge from Japan.
I think if we read the newspaper, we read the media, there's a lot of hype about, a lot of, I guess, news on Indonesia, and not only Indonesian, but a lot of unicorns looking to IPO, using SPACs or otherwise other vehicles. I think this trend is going to continue, not only at the unicorn or sunicorn, but at the centaur level. You know, $100 million, $200 million range. Why? Because I think this pandemic has shown that the traditional fundraising path of A, B, C, and D, that may not be sustainable. You have to have a plan B. Plan B could be to shorten your not only path to profitability, your path to IPO, your path to exit. So normally it was A, B, C, D, and then IPO. Maybe you do an A, B, and then IPO, or C and then an IPO. And the local bourses allow this because you can list now not only at the main board, but there's a development board, and there's even a third board bourse called the acceleration bourse, which has been utilized by even one of our portfolio companies did an IPO last year. So these are alternatives, funding alternatives that startups should look into if traditional fundraising becomes more difficult. So fintech lending, definitely, if you want to look at IPO as a method, go ahead.
Thank you, Pak Eddie. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen, from our esteemed panel. Maybe to a few more lines from me to wrap it up. I think what's clear from the panel today that Indonesia is still quite an important area or geography for investors to invest in, given the geography and the population size. And I think what investors are expecting from the portfolio companies is increased transparency, because right now there is limited face time, limited boots on the ground. So I think transparency is important, especially when we are going through troubled times right now. And in fact, it can be a moment for fintechs to grow, right? So fundraising was put on hold recently. Experience of Pak Eddie and Ikeda-san, which means that startups need to focus on extending their runway and managing their costs. And I think that because of this climate too, investing has slowed down a little, because it's difficult for foreign VCs to come in and conduct thorough due diligence, or jump on a plane and come to Indonesia, and so on and so forth. But I think we can all agree that I think the appetite for fintech, investing in fintech lending in Indonesia is still bullish, especially when there's going to be a vaccination program being rolled out. And I think that's when things start picking up for everyone. So I think that's the inflection point for all of us. And hopefully, I think all of us will share the same prayers that, we will get through this, and people will start getting vaccinated quickly, and we'll get over this speed bump, as our panelists has put it, quite quickly. With that, thank you so much, everybody, for attending this panel. I hand it over back to the MC. Thank you. Ikeda-san, Pak Andi, Pak Eddie, Mr. Guming, thank you so much.
Thank you, Ideal. Very good moderating.
Thank you.
Ideal.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, thank you to all the panelists and moderators who have attended and also shared their thoughts and information regarding to the impact on pandemic on fintech business. But before that, let's take a picture first. Okay, let's see through the screen, and we're gonna have the camera here. Yeah, to take our picture together in count of three. Okay. All right. So ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay, now freestyle, yeah? Okay, you can do anything. You can do peas or, yeah, like this, okay? So in count of 3, 1, 2, 3. All right, one more time. And then this is also a freestyle, like what? Okay, like this maybe? Okay, freestyles, okay? All right, ready? In count of 3. Okay, hold first. Okay, like this. Yeah, this is good. Great. Okay, so we're gonna start over again. Okay, ready in count of three. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. All right, one more time. Okay, 1, 2, 3, like this maybe. Yeah. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, and that's it. Thank you so much for all the panelists. All right, so to conclude this series of fintech, in this webinar and in this, especially on the final panel talk, I have also concluded this one is like Indonesia is the most important area to invest at the moment, especially, and then transparency of portfolio is the key for investments to investors, and also the pandemic moment can be the moment for the fintech to grow, actually. And fundraising was put on hold during the pandemic, which meant these startups had to manage their runaway. Investor monitored which sectors actually had increased transactions during the pandemics, such as e-commerce and also logistic, health tech, and agri-tech, and etc. So the investment climate has changed due to the pandemic, among others, due to the foreign visits have difficulty in conducting through due diligence, and also appetite on investing in fintech in Indonesia as investors follow the government directions, and also focusing on MSME because the potential pickup that will happen to help the entrepreneur to gradually rebound from these tough times. So to conclude this series of fintech webinars, we will give Mr. Bernardino Vega as head of institutional and international relations, and also CEO AdaKami, an opportunity to give his closing remarks. So for Mr. Bernardino Vega.
Well, thank you very much, Mbak Lisa, for that, for navigating the discussions today. Good afternoon, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Namo Buddhaya, salam pacikan, Om Swastiastu. Let me just first reiterate on behalf of my chairman, Pak Adrian Gunadi, the chair of the Indonesian Joint Lending Fintech Association, a warm thank you and gratitude for everyone involved in this event. A special thanks go out, of course, to His Excellency, Pak Riswinandi, the Chief Executive Supervisor of the Non-Bank Financial Industry from the Financial Services Authority, or OJK. Also to Pak Bambang W. Budiawan, the head of the Supervision Department of the Non-Bank Financial Industry, also at OJK. And of course, our very own Pak Munawar Kasan, the Deputy Director of DP3F at the Financial Services Authority. To all the panelists, to the moderators, Pak Aidil, Pak Dino Setiawan, and Pak Agus Chandra, thank you very much for a robust and lively discussion. It is very engaging, and we thank you for the opportunity to arrange this event. This event actually gathers stakeholders and observers in the fintech industry, one of which includes, of course, the fintech lending platforms. The regulators, of course, was involved today, financial institutions, investors, startups, digital ecosystems, industry associations, and basically almost everyone that's involved in the fintech lending industry today. And we also would like to say special thanks to Pak Riswinandi and also Pak Bambang for providing us a regulatory landscape and also a regulatory framework on how they see on developing the fintech industry in Indonesia in the future. I think this discussion today has three underlying takeaways in my view. The first takeaway is that we do acknowledge that there is a shifting momentum on people's preferences to become more digitized, to take advantage of digital services, And naturally, the fintech lending industry has experienced a lot of advancement in technology, and Indonesia is no exception. And that we recognize a public shift towards utilizing technology through mobile internet, and it's becoming prevalent that it is the growing backbone of the growth of the fintech industry in Indonesia. The second takeaway that we find in these discussions today is that it's apparent that the current existence of fintech in Indonesia is allowing people to have access to funding that they have never had before. And it reaches all the way to the far corners of our archipelago, from Sabang to Merauke and from Pulau Rote to Pulau Miangas. And that is very encouraging for us, and it really indicates the important role of the fintech lending industry plays in the midst of this COVID-19 pandemic in addressing funding needs for underserved, unbanked communities and individuals. The third takeaway, I think, out of this is the significance and the significant role that fintech funding is playing today in supporting the National Financial Inclusion Program, establishing more collaboration, synergies between the funding industries and the stakeholders. We have seen an engaging, robust, and dynamic discussion today, and that's a major takeaway. It is also apparent that the fintech lending industry is going to be and is becoming an integral part of the National Economic Recovery Plan, or PEN, and the program to support MSMEs and serve the underbanked and underserved communities in Indonesia. So amidst this COVID-19 times, we still manage to lend with confidence, and it's very optimistic view that we've seen on the three sessions. And with that, on behalf again of my chairman, Adrian Gunadi, let me reiterate AFPI, the Indonesian Joint Fintech Association's commitment to be an integral part of the National Digital Platform and National Digital Finance in Indonesia, and to support the recovery and the economic growth of Indonesia. Again, thank you also for our sponsors, of course. Let's not miss those, for allowing and for facilitating the discussions today. We thank you for that. And again, thank you everyone for a robust and dynamic discussion. With this, allow me, with your kind indulgence, to close the session with thank you until we meet again. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi 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 Om. Thank you. Selamat sore.
Okay, thank you so much for Mr. Bernardino Vega for the closing remarks. But don't sign out yet, yeah, because we have one laptop to be given to the winner who joins the game, the quiz in Kahoot. So yeah, before wrapping up the FinTech webinar today, we would like to do a little quiz here. So what I really want to do is that maybe you can actually play with your phone or through the computer. What you need to do is actually go to www.kahoot.it. Okay, so again, www.kahoot.it. And then again, www.kahoot.it. And then fill in the game pin. Yeah, this is the screen. So as you can see, there's like a pin there, 672915. That you can enter the pin on your phone or on your laptop. Okay, we have 2 participants here. Okay, so we're gonna have like such a quiz, and then you have to answer the questions correctly within a limited time, and then the winner could win 1 laptop. It's actually, this one is one MyBook Go laptop. Wow. This is such a really expensive price, yeah? So, okay. Okay, we have a lot of participants here. I think we're gonna have to wait until as much as we can, yeah? So you can enter again, registered through the www.kahoot.it, and then fill in the game pin 672915, and then also fill in the nickname with your first 8 digits of your phone number. Or, well, some of you has already like entered with your name. Is that that's okay? If you're the winner, our staff, our team will contact you further. So be prepared for the quiz because we're gonna start first. Okay. So again, if you already put your name with your name, that's okay. But if you are about to enter the game, you can just fill in the nickname with your first 8 digits of your phone number. Okay, first 8 digits, yeah. Don't put all your numbers because I might call you maybe. Okay, so we have 66 participants here. Okay, and then remember we only have one winner here to win one MyBook Go laptop. Okay. All right. Okay. It's better to have like a more participants, so it would be so tight. Okay. So the quiz itself is actually you have to answer the questions and within the limited times, and then it has to be correct. Because if you answer the questions incorrectly, you'll be losing the points. So okay, again, fill in the nickname with your first 8 digits of your phone number. Okay. But if you are already signing it with your name, that's okay. If you're the winner, our team will contact you for further. Okay, more and more and more. We have 90 candidates here. Oh, one is signing up. Okay. 92. I think we have to wait until thousands. So it will be tight. All right, again, 95 more. Don't go yet. Don't sign out yet because yeah, you probably have the chance to win one MyBook Go laptop. Okay. All right, 97. I think we have to wait until thousands. Thousand more. Okay. Again, fill in the nickname with your first 8 digits of your phone number. No need to fill in with all the numbers because yeah, I might call you maybe. All right. Okay, 100. Okay, cool. 100. Okay, signing up. One. Okay. All right, 100. Is that enough, team? How is it? 100. Okay. Okay. 100. All right. Okay, I'm gonna give you 5 seconds. Okay. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4.5. And 5. Okay, that's all. Okay, we've got the quiz. Again, you have to answer the questions correctly within the limited times. Okay, here we go. Practice. What is 3 plus 4? This is practice. Okay, you have to click on the correct answers, either red, orange, blue, or green within limited times. Okay, and then it has to be correct because it will influence your score. Okay, it's 7. Okay, in here Jess is the winner because you have to be faster than the other as well. Okay. All right, this is the real questions. AFPI is an association for blah 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 in Indonesia. You have 15 seconds from now to answer the questions. Okay, you have to be fast and you have to be correct as well. And it's 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, let's see who's the winner. Okay, it's actually Fintech Lending Company. Yes, 86 answered correctly, and the winner is Akbar. Congratulations. But don't be happy because we still have like a lot of questions here. Okay, the next is Riswinandi, is the Chief Executive Supervisor of IKNB OJK. Is that true or false? Okay, you have 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, let's see. Akbar, are you still leading the positions? Oh no, Victor, congratulations. Okay, next. Remember, it has to be fast and correct. The current chairman of AFPI is, okay, you have 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and it's Mr. Adrian Gunadi. Okay, 83 are correct. Okay, now 0 something leading the positions. Okay, next one. The 5th questions. Current executive director of AFPI is, okay. Okay, you have 10 seconds. I think the employee must know the name, yeah? It would be unfair if the employees join, but that's okay. Okay. All right, Mr. Kuseriansah, and then who's leading? Okay, still good job. It's so tight with Andrea. Okay, the 6th questions. It's double points. Okay, guys, if you are losing the game, this is the time to actually win the positions to be the first. Okay, the song writer of Indonesia Raya is, oh my god, this is easy. For Indonesian, yeah, of course. Okay, 3, 2, 1, and the answer is, okay, 43. Answer incorrectly. Are you Indonesian? Seriously? Okay, congratulations. 0 something, win the game. Okay, for this one, the 7th questions. There are legal and illegal fintech lending. Legal ones are registered in OJK. Is that true or false? This is really easy questions. Yeah. Okay, you have 8 seconds from now. Okay, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Wow, 3 people answered it incorrectly. Is that by mistake or you don't know? Okay, doesn't matter, but 0, 8 something leading the scoreboard. Okay, congratulations. Okay, this is the last questions. You have 2 points. Some of the fintech lending characteristics. Okay, I think it has to be the most difficult questions, yeah? Okay, you have 9 seconds, right? You can just like try your lucky answer if you don't know. All right. And the winner is, okay, the answer is, yeah. Oh, there's a second quiz as well. Mel, congratulations. The 3rd one, Vincent, the 2nd one. And the first one, 12208 is the winner for 08128291. Congratulations, yeah. Okay, for the winner, the first winner will win, as I promised you, one My Book Go laptop. And then for the winner, please contact our team through chat in the Zoom, yeah? Okay, again, congratulations, okay? Or 081. Okay. Is that the winner? Already chat? Okay. I'm the winner. Congratulations. Okay. Okay, you will have the further contact with the team, okay? So, yep. I think this is your lucky day because you have won one laptop, okay? Now, well, that's a wrap up of our event for today. Good evening to all participants who have attended since morning and also who just joined. Sadly, we're now at the end of the webinar, and there's no point in coming to an event like this unless you do something about the lessons. I hope you will join us in contributing to supporting the role of fintech in increasing the national economic stimulus, being a collaborator in national economic recovery, and becoming an important part of the history of fintech development in Indonesia. So it has been our pleasure to host this event. We would like to say thank you to Financial Services Authority of Indonesia and also the panelists and also the AFPI's board, AFPI's member and our respective sponsor. There are AdaKami and also Bangun Percaya Sosial, Asli RI, CRIF Lembaga Informasi Keuangan, Uangmi, Rupiah Cepat, Pinjam You, and also the last but not least, Sing Hao. And all parties who have made this event a success. We look forward to seeing you at next event. Stay safe and healthy. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu. Namo Buddhaya. Salam Kebajikan. See you. Bye-bye.